For a second.
Oh, we're in the big room today. Wow.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this TTC board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Commissioners, does anyone wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will move on, and I will pass it over to Bruce.
Thank you, Chair. It's my great pleasure this morning to welcome the TTC Supervisory Honor Guard to this meeting. We're saluting the TTC Supervisory Honor Guard for 30 years of dedicated service. Since May of 1995, the Honor Guard has proudly carried the TTC's colors during times of celebration and sorrow. These past 3 decades, the Guard has displayed tremendous pride in their volunteer duties by upholding our core values of safety, service, and courtesy. On behalf of the TTC executive and all employees, I want to extend our sincerest appreciation to all current and retired Honor Guard members for their service. And I'd now, Mr. Chair, like to invite you and the members of the board to join the TTC Honor Guard for a group photo. I think the desire is to get you into the second row amidst the Honor Guard members. All of you. I think I get to go with you too.
So as the next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the meeting of April 16. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? I'll move. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, as we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion. We will take a lunch recess from 1 to 2 p.m. and items have been timed as follow. The first item is going to be the TTC 4.10 TTC/TMU partnership proposal, and renaming Dundas Station will be the first order of business at 10 a.m., followed by approval of the ACAT minutes, then by TTC 4.3 benefits of transit investment phase 2, final project final report to TTC. I'm holding both of these items in my name. We will also do the CEO's report last, as that we will be going in camera for that. We will now be completing the review of the order paper. First, CEO's report, May 2025. I will hold this item in my name for a verbal report from the Deputy CEO. Second, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting of March 27, 2025. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from ACAT Chair Betty Rivington Law. Next is transit priority measures on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Fifth will be the TTC commuter parking lot strategy. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Six, the SRT bus replacement conversion of SRT right-of-way busway delegation of authority. I have a motion, so I will hold this item in my name. Seventh, amendment to TTC policy 2.1.0, art in public transit facilities. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. 8, appointment of a TTC board member to the HR committee. Would anyone like to hold this item? No, seeing none. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Councillor Bravo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, item 9, notice of motion, optimizing scheduling efficiency, enhancing service planning using technology, by Chair Jamal Myers, seconded by Commissioner Diane Sachs. We have a speaker on this item, so I'll hold it in my name. That concludes the review of the order paper. So we will begin with item 10, the TTC TMU partnership proposal and renaming Dundas Station. And we have a presentation on this item, I believe. Oh, yes, there we go. Do you want to come down? We'll do the presentation first, and then we will do the deputations. So just so you know, the first deputant will be Daniel Tate, Integrity TO. Just so you're ready. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I'm very happy to be here to share an overview of this exciting initiative with you. Next slide, please. It's widely understood that transit in Toronto is facing significant challenges that grow every year. Rapid urbanization, growing population, and environmental concerns are putting immense pressure on aging infrastructure. This pressure is not sustainable. Transit Innovation Yard, a partnership between TTC and TMU, is an opportunity to address these urgent issues while enhancing community well-being. TMU is home to a thriving ecosystem of research teams and groups, state-of-the-art facilities and learning environments, and a network of innovation hubs, including the DMZ, which is considered as the best university incubator in the world, Talent Academy, Partner Network, and Strategic Investment Fund. A robust initiative, TIY, is poised to solve critical transit challenges while providing a real-world testing ground for innovation and research. Next slide, please. Through this unique partnership, TTC will gain access to cutting-edge technology solutions that will enhance its mandate to serve the people of Toronto with a transit system that is reliable, safe, and future-ready. TIY will fuel a collaborative innovation network that aims to pilot innovative approaches in a complex multimodal transit system, scale successful solutions, drive results-oriented research and development, collaboration, facilitate knowledge transfer, explore close to real-time monitoring and adjustments of transit systems, address complex urban challenges, and impact millions of daily commuters. Looking past this initial pilot projects, TIY has the potential to multiply its impact long-term, attracting new partnerships and investors, and redefining how our community moves, connects, and thrives. Next slide, please. As anyone traveling in downtown Toronto knows, the intersection of Dundas and Yonge has been home to change for many, many years. TMU has been a big part of that change. As Toronto's population has increased, driving more traffic through the area, TMU has expanded to surround the Dundas subway station, which is now embedded in our campus. Nearly 80% of our students commute. We have 48,000 students, and more than 80% of those students are daily commuters. And the station comes alive every day as these students pass through fare gates and gather on platforms or emerge into the city above. Then that station is the entry point to our campus. TMU is east, west, north, and even built right on top of it. Renaming the station will support wayfinding and custom service, particularly for the student population moving through it. But perhaps more importantly, it will better reflect what the station has become. This is an opportunity to turn a page for that station, and in keeping with other TTC stops, lines with institutions in the city like Museum, Queen's Park, and Osgood. Next slide, please. Initially, TIY will focus on 4 areas vital to TTC's future operations through rigorous academic investigation and practical applications. 1, data-driven transit optimization. 2, wayfinding and customer dashboards. 3, track-level security solutions. And 4th, KPI development and analysis. Transit Innovation Yard will ignite possibility across transit operations, from route optimization algorithms and AI-powered surveillance to real-time service updates and multi-modal journey planning to create a better future for transit service. Next slide, please. One major impact will be cost savings. TMU researchers and DMZ partners will investigate approaches to enable long-term operation efficiencies. Projects will also look at optimizing resources and modernizing technology infrastructure to improve safety and reliability. Embedded in Transit Innovation Yard, is TMU's commitment to developing infrastructure and technology that enhances community well-being. TMU is home to a robust system of researchers and startups that are equipped to navigate this initiative's interconnected landscape of social, economic, political, cultural, and technological factors. Next slide, please. Underpinning all of this is the DMZ, launching pad for startups that are making their mark, revolutionizing the use of AI. Companies like Kaitogo, Handy AI, Formira, Lazy AI are transforming property management, business development, and customer service. Innovative, nimble-minded startups like these will help drive technological advancements that enhance productivity and efficiency through the TIY partnership. Next slide, please. TIY will leverage multiple funding streams and partnerships to ensure sustainability and maximize impact. Beyond provincial and federal government support, TMU will work with existing partners in venture capital and the financial sector to secure funding while leveraging research funds through government funding programs. Other anticipated partners like early-stage Canadian companies, small to medium enterprises, and industry stakeholders with matching funds from public funding organizations. We'll also pursue collaborations with international governments and transport organizations, particularly in Japan, Taiwan, the UK, and the European Union. These strategic partnerships have the potential to create opportunities for technology transfer and the export of locally developed solutions while positioning TTC as a global test bed for transit innovation. Funding is expected to exceed the total estimated maximum cost to run both the research and startup streams. Through Transit Innovation Yard, TTC and TMU can create a lasting legacy of innovation that transforms the future of mobility. Next. Thank you all for being part of this exciting moment. Together, we can not only improve mobility, but inspire others to invest in a partnership that will build stronger, more connected communities. Mr. Chair, that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lachmi. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Sachs? 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lachmi. Good to see you again. Can you talk to us about the length of this partnership that you see going forward?
Thank you very much, Councillor Sachs. I see this partnership as a long-term partnership with a win-win situation for both TTC and TMU. What we are proposing here is actually putting a foundation for this partnership. We are in discussion with TTC about having a pilot project for the next 18 months. We'd love to start as soon as you approve this partnership, but this is a beginning of something exciting. And I can tell you, we had a call for proposals from our researchers and our startup community, a lot of interest, and everybody is really invested in this partnership with always long-term focus. But we need to start from a foundation, and that's what we are proposing here, is to start with a pilot project for the next 18 months. But I can assure you that this will grow to have something very meaningful to our city, but also to our city, to our students, because we want also to train the next generation of leaders that will be involved in those projects. As I mentioned in my presentation, more than 80% of our students are commuters. Everybody is looking for solutions. And we would love to see this as a living lab for our students to learn from this project, but also for our researchers to participate in finding solutions that are fortunately facing Torontonians on a daily basis.
Thank you. The second question is, just want to confirm that TMU is going to pay the out-of-pocket costs of changing the name. Is that right?
That's right, Councillor. We have not finalized those details with TTC, but we have committed to cover the costs of the signage because of the name change. Absolutely.
Third question is, why is it important to your university to have your name on this station?
I think it will send a strong message to our community. On our campus, we have more than 50,000 people on a daily basis. I mentioned our population of student population, we have 48,000, but with staff and faculty, actually, we exceed 50,000. I think for them, they see the station as part of the campus. And I can tell you just the level of activities that are happening around that station, the building that is on top of the station, which is at 10 Dundas East, hosts our world-class incubator, DMZ. One of our most successful startups is on the 10th floor of that building. Flybits was one of the success stories of the startup ecosystem in DMZ, and they do a lot of work in terms of implementing artificial intelligence to solve problems. One of the first projects this company had, which started 10 years ago, actually was to help Metro Paris, subway in Paris, with mobility. So we want actually people to see this as part of it, which is part of it. The other thing that I think is important, you may know that we have a partnership with Cineplex. And that building, 10 Dundas East, we use 13 theaters to deliver classes from early morning to afternoon. And this last fall, I can just give you a number, we had 211 classes running. On average, per week, we had 34,000 students that were using those theaters just on top of the station. A lot of people actually coming directly from home, taking the TTC, and of course, at Dundas station and going just above that station, take their classes. I think we'll send them a strong message for TMU to be seen on that network, which is the TTC network.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Next, we have Vice Chair Mihevc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's great to see you, and this is a really lot of good here. And I compliment you and the TTC for pulling together a very interesting package. I want to pick on one little piece, and because it's part of a larger conversation that I think is happening in the world, and that's around AI. I'm just wondering, does Ryerson also, there you go, Joe. Does TMU also have, along with call it the technical people that work on AI, people that are thinking through the social, ethical implications of increased AI presence in our world? I mean, even the new Pope, when he was talking about recently about the challenges of modern society, was saying, AI, we need to start thinking about AI and putting it in a community context rather than just in a technology context. I'm assuming that TMU, with your resources, this isn't just a technical exercise, but it's also an ethical, social exercise as well. Do you mind just commenting on just that piece of it?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question, and great to see you. I think we have to be very meaningful about the impact of artificial intelligence on all aspects of our lives. Of course, the social aspect, but also the ethical aspect is important. I can tell you we have those discussions, but also finding appropriate measures to make sure that AI is not used in a way that against our values. And we pay attention to the values. And I can tell you we have monthly meetings of our Senate. Last meeting of our Senate, we had 1 hour discussion about those aspects, especially ethical aspect of AI. And we have to look also at how students are using AI in terms of ethical aspect, but also how society is using this AI. And we do have a number of people that are working on those aspects, the social and ethical and other aspects that are not necessarily all technical. It's a top priority for us, and we need also, in this case, to work with other partners. I think one of the things that we need to do at TMU is always reaching out to partners that have similar values and how can we address those. And I agree, I heard about what the Pope said in his probably first speech, is the implication of AI. And I think it should be a priority for all levels of government.
Yes, thank you. I guess the way it comes home for me, just not to belabor the point, but so we all use AI. I use AI. We all do. It's part of life now. I can see so many benefits, especially in a partnership with TMU, around customer service, like all the things that you spoke about. I'll tell you where I get nervous is the surveillance part. Like, will everyone at this station have their picture taken, like you see on some of these sci-fi movies? Then I think there's an area where I get nervous, and I'm sure many people would. So it's an interesting conversation to be had, and I don't know if you have any comments on that.
I would say we do have actually a center at TMU that does work about the combination of data analytics and the use of data, and also privacy. And we have had many discussions and also many research projects about making sure that the privacy of individuals is protected. But as I said, we need to work with other partners. It's not just the university in our labs and our campus. We need to have that discussion with other partners. And the collaboration with TTC should also address those aspects. I totally agree with that.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I just have a few quick ones myself.
Sorry, I had a question, Chair. I apologize. I sent Chrisanne a text message, but she may not be at her desk.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Commissioner Dragdale. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Dr. Lashmi, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming in and sharing these details with us. Not to go too deep into how this is structured, but the 4 critical areas that will be under rigorous academic interrogation, were those co-created with the TTC, or is that the TMU reflection on where the critical junctures for transit are within the city?
Thank you very much for the question. I think one aspect that is important when we work with our other partners, TTC in this case, is always to identify what are the issues that are important for those partners. I can tell you, it's if you define the problems without talking to your partners, you will not have successful partnership. So to your question, absolutely. Those areas of partnership have been developed, of course, with the TTC, knowing that those are the priorities for the TTC. Those are just areas that we will deal with during this pilot project, but I'm sure we have many other aspects that we have to address in the future once this collaboration is put in place.
Got it. And so that's super helpful, because I imagine that over time, assuming the partnership goes past the 18-month pilot project, we're likely going to have a whole host of different subjects that would likely be interrogated by, your team of researchers and those who are willing to put solutions on the table. Could you maybe speak to the ongoing operating costs of the incubator? Obviously, there's the, call it the $2 million that TMU will be putting up to stand the entity up. But is the expectation that over several years, this is fully being absorbed by TMU, or is there sort of a cost sharing goal here? What's your perspective? And I'm cognizant that the details haven't been hammered out yet, but maybe you can share a perspective on what this looks like past 18 months, maybe even humor me for 48 months.
That's another important question. You mentioned incubator. I mean, the DMZ is an entity that is owned and operated by TMU. And DMZ has achieved, as I said, world-class status, ranked many times as the best university incubator in the world. So anything that is happening with the DMZ is actually the responsibility of TMU. So when we bring startups, we always like them to participate in finding solutions, but TMU is a platform for them to work and to grow. That's the aspect. To your question about the research collaboration, the funding that we're putting, or the framework for the funding, and it's not finalized because we need to have more discussion with TTC. That's our role also, to get funding from external partners, including the provincial government and the federal government. We have already initiated discussion with the provincial government, and the response has been quite positive. But also, because of the expertise that we have and our researchers, they have the ability to bring funding from funding agencies and other organizations. So that's also a responsibility that we're taking, and our commitment is to make sure that this project is sustainable with time. And it's not a project that we will just put for the next 18 months and we'll stop. We want to grow this partnership, and we have shown in the past through other partnerships that this is just the beginning of a very fruitful collaboration that also is sustainable. I can give a number of examples that we have done with other cities. We started a partnership with the city of Brampton on cybersecurity, and then we brought millions and millions of dollars to support the initiative. And that has been a win-win situation for both TMU and the city of Brampton. And I can tell you, we have been operating that partnership for the past 6 or 7 years, and we secured so far more than 30 million of support, external funding to support that initiative. So that kind of the example that I'm giving here, just to show this is something that we're excited about, but also our researchers, actually, if you give them problems to solve, they reach out to those funding agencies to get funding, matching from many other partners to tackle the issues that we are all facing. And many of us at TMU are commuters. I'm personally a commuter, and we love to see solutions to the problems that we are faced with. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Dr. Lashmi. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, just have a few for Dr. Lashmi. So first question, are you aware of any other partnerships between a university and a transit agency happening in Canada, North America, the world, similar to what we're proposing here?
I thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the question. I think this is a unique opportunity. I can tell you DMZ, which is has partnership now in different countries. DMZ now has a presence in 10 different countries. Actually, DMZ just signed this year a partnership with the city of Tokyo in Japan about mobility. So why we are doing this with other major cities around the world and we don't do it for our own city, I'm actually encouraged by the willingness of TTC to work with us and give us a chance to solve those problems. So that's a perfect example, but I think many universities may have some partnership with different partners, but I think this is a unique opportunity for us to work home and participate to finding solutions for our great city.
Thank you. And, just to change gears slightly, obviously TMU has experience in renaming generally. Are there any learnings that you could share with TTC as we undergo the renaming of Dundas Station?
I see it as an opportunity for us really to be recognized and for our students to really see that there is a place for them when they stop to our campus. Of course, we went through a process of renaming our university. The process lasted 2 years, but I can tell you we have done it in a very collaborative way in consultation with all stakeholders within our community, but also in the city. It took us 2 years of consultation. I think consultation was key to this, but at the end of the day, it was a very positive experience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Now we will move to our deputations, and first we will have Daniel Tate from Integrity TO. And just as a reminder to all the deputants today, we are not here to relitigate the legacy of Henry Dundas. We are here to discuss the item before us, which is the proposed partnership between TMU and the TTC, which includes the renaming of Dundas Station. If anyone goes into sort of that territory of sort of the history of Henry Dundas, I will respectfully ask you to get back on track to discuss the topic that we are dealing with today. And with that, Daniel, you are up. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm here to vouch that everybody needs to take a moment, press pause, and really understand what's going on here. I'm not saying that a partnership between TTC and a major university is a bad thing. It's probably a good thing. Anytime you have integration of R&D with TTC, that is great. But we just got this notice late Monday. Right? The attachment is confidential. We need transparency. Concerned citizens, transit users, taxpayers need to understand the nuts and bolts of this agreement. And we don't have that because it's a confidential attachment. So that's number one, is where's the transparency? Number two, this was again dumped on concerned citizens and taxpayers late Monday. That's not enough time for people in our city to truly understand the details. Often they say there's devils in the details, and I'm not saying there is here, but people should be given a longer period of time, a more reasonable amount of time to truly flesh through the meaning and nuances of this unprecedented potential framework agreement, right? This has never been done in Toronto history. And the TTC board, and especially the people who fund the TTC, us, the taxpayers, should be giving a little bit more time to understand the nature of the agreement. And secondly, Dr. Lakshmi himself said there was a 2-year consultation period when they renamed the school. Well, if we're going to rename a subway station that has been iconic in our city since 1954, Dundas Station is culturally and historically significant. Those yellow bricks are antiquities in our city. And people on this meeting are going to destroy that, erase that with 48 hours of notice. Our ancestors would be rolling in their graves. If we're going to be embarking on any erasure of a name that is so entrenched in the cultural fabric life of our city, like Dundas Station, then this needs to be done with the utmost care and with significant public consultation. We've learned the lessons. Diane Sachs herself at City Council last year talked about how poor the process was with renaming Dundas Square. Same with Matlow. Josh Matlow, 2 months ago at executive committee, when we were talking about Moss Park Arena, said he regretted the process of renaming Dundas Square because we knew how flawed it was. There was no public consultation. The historical and academic inquiry was highly biased. This is known fact. In fact, it was so bad, 35,000 people signed a petition opposing it, saying this is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. TMU can still enter an agreement with TTC without having to rename the station. They're mutually exclusive. You can still have a great R&D agreement, collaborate, find innovative solutions, look at AI, all those great things, without having to destroy the name of a station that's been with Torontonians since 1954. The fact remains is the majority of Torontonians don't want this station renamed. And from a transit perspective, it's actually counterproductive to wayfinding. Sure, I understand a lot of students go there and use it daily, TMU. But what about the 60 to 70,000 people who are not students, who need to get to Dundas Street? Hey, where's Dundas Street? Oh, it's at TMU station. Okay, well, where's TMU station? In fact, wayfinding, you want the station to reflect the name of the street. That increases and helps with wayfinding. So I understand, with the students might help, but the students only represent, the last I checked in the stats, is about 30 to 40% of daily users of Dundas Station. What about everybody else? So my message is, let's take our time, let's scrutinize this more, let's do some more public consultation, and let's not start this partnership in a tainted way, because it will be politically costly for everybody involved if this renaming goes through as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, I just have a few questions. I guess the first question is, you said there was no public consultation. Do you acknowledge that this is a public consultation and that previously, February 2024, when this went to the TTC board, that was another public consultation? And when you deputed at executive committee about the renaming of Sankofa Square, that was an additional public consultation on this item?
No, when I deputed at Sankofa Square, it had already been done. Okay. The decision had already been made. When I deputed, it was about the operational review, and that was really my only opportunity to say my piece, because before that, there was no opportunity. The Community Advisory Committee had no public consultations. They had 20 meetings themselves, but I never got a notice. I never saw a poster on the street. I subscribed to all the listservs. I never got a notice that there was an open public consultation on the renaming of Young Dundas Square. And I think the lesson learned is that we need to do a similar one for the station if we're going to do that. Now, again, I know you guys voted for it at City Council, so you can argue, oh, the ship has sailed. But hey, we can always look back in retrospect and tweak and change things and do things better. Let's be more transparent this time. Again, to remind you, Sachs, Matlow, even John Tory himself were regretful of how it all happened. And a lot of Torontonians also are very opposed to this. So again, we can still look at an agreement with TMU, but it shouldn't come at the expense of erasing historic Toronto names. It really shouldn't. And that's not a fringe take. That's the majority take.
Thank you. So just to be clear, though, you acknowledge that this meeting and the meeting in February are both public consultations on the renaming
This meeting is a good first step.
And the meeting in February when this item was first brought to TTC board.
Well, I didn't see that meeting. I don't know how many public individuals came to that. I certainly didn't get a notice for it. And all I know is the attachment remains confidential.
Thank you. And just to be clear, you said taxpayers are against this. Do you acknowledge that no taxpayer money is being spent on the renaming?
Well, Well, that's not entirely sure because taxpayers are paying for this meeting. There's salaried people on this meeting who are funded by tax dollars. So to say that there's no tax burden for this is not true. There's the administrative costs, there's bureaucratic costs, and inevitably there will be some additional taxpayer costs. So there's many lenses we can look at this from: the financial lens, the cultural lens, the historical lens. The fact remains, if you poll 10 out of 10 people you poll on the streets of downtown Toronto, do you support the renaming of Dundas Station? The 8 or 9 out of 10 will say no. And I know this because, again, I've read the online polls, I've read the Globe and Mail polls, and that's what they say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Jennifer Dundas of the Henry Dundas Committee of Ontario. Jennifer, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Henry Dundas Committee of Ontario, I'm here to ask you to stop the renaming process, or at least pause it to allow for public consultation. And I'm just going to take a moment and mute.
Sorry, no, it's just a bit loud in here. Just 1 second. Try again. I'll pause your time. Say something.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
go ahead.
I hope there's no echo now.
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So I'm here to ask you to pause or cancel the decision making today on the basis of the certain things that Daniel Tate has already addressed, primarily the lack of public consultation. I'd like to remind you that the original motion back in February 2024 required staff to develop a plan for public and stakeholder engagement. Staff, by coming directly with this recommendation for renaming with this partnership, is defying that motion. That is a lawful motion that staff should be respecting. And instead, so that motion signaled to us and to people who are interested that we would have a chance to have some input. And instead, we get ambushed by this announcement late on Monday that there's one chance to say something, and then that's it. That is not public consultation. That is anti-democratic, actually, to mislead people into thinking there will be consultation and then cancel it in an ambush move at the last minute. Now, Chair, you did caution us not to get into the legacy of Henry Dundas, and I will respect that. But there is something I want to say about that, which is that if the TTC is abandoning the allegations against Henry Dundas in its decision, or if it makes that decision to move ahead with renaming, it needs to state that publicly, because that decision of City Council to proceed with renaming was based on the most egregiously flawed and biased research you could imagine. And it's detailed in my letter in support of my presentation today. But if you are abandoning that, then you need to tell the public that. You need to tell our committee that,
Jennifer,
the Dundas family.
You're just, we're staying on the topic, the partnership. Please, thank you.
Today is about more than a partnership, though. It is also about renaming. And so, with all due respect, I hope you do find that to be a relevant submission. As for the cost, there is no way to assess whether the TTC is getting reasonable value in this mysterious partnership agreement. In a partnership, both parties benefit, and obviously TMU is going to benefit by having access to this arrangement with the TTC. So what is the TTC getting out of it? What is that worth? And what I can tell you also is that renaming has value. It has monetary value. In San Francisco, a major transit center was renamed at a cost of $110 million US in 2018 for renaming rights over 25 years. That's over $6 million US per year for the duration of that agreement. So is the TTC leaving money on the table here? There's no indication of the financials behind this and in support of this. So how much is this costing taxpayers? How much are taxpayers giving up by not having this arrangement go out for public tender so that others who are interested might be able to offer the same kind or better expertise to assist the TTC, and it possibly a better financial arrangement. So the lack of public information and the lack of a public tender on this is also concerning. In terms of lack of public support, which has already been addressed, renaming assets in Toronto by removing the Dundas name has already proven to be deeply unpopular. Only 18% of Torontonians supported the renaming of Yonge Dundas Square to Sankofa Square. There is no reason to believe that support for this measure would be any higher. So why would you force the public and the users of the TTC to support possible subsidies to TMU for renaming when the vast majority, as all indications are, oppose it? And finally, I'd like to comment on TMU's record on anti-Semitism. TMU has a deplorable record
Jennifer,
Jewish students.
Sorry, that's
Yes?
not what we're here to discuss, and you're actually at time. Thank you for
Okay,
your
thank you.
deputations. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Jennifer, I appreciate your spirited and sustained defense of your ancestor, and you've made a number of really excellent points, including the extremely limited public consultation opportunity that was provided here. Dropping a report on Monday for a Wednesday meeting is not the kind of public consultation I thought we were going to have. And I do want to clearly say that I do accept your research and your conclusions. But would you agree with me that it is better not to have to rename all of Dundas Street as the previous council had decided?
I think renaming anything with the Dundas name is a misguided approach.
I understand, but we didn't, the choice we had was to go with the previous council's decision to rename everything with Dundas's name on it, or to leave the street with its name. Don't you agree that it's much less disruptive, less expensive, less disrespectful to leave Dundas Street with its name?
Yes, entirely less. It is more respectful, less disruptive, and so on. Yes, I would agree with that. We really take issue with the fact that our family name has been dragged through the mud over this, over allegations that are entirely incorrect, and with the TTC falling in line with all of that, it is damaging to us, and it's damaging to the historical record of the founders of the city.
Jennifer, as I say, I accept what you're saying. I accept your conclusion. I'm very sorry for what's happened to your family, but I ask you to accept that's not what we're doing today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Jagdale, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair Myers. Jennifer, thanks for your deputation today. You had mentioned an example in San Francisco where there was a transaction for, I think it was 9 figures for 25 years worth of naming rights. Could you just talk to that a bit? What was the organization or the individual that got the rights to that?
Yes, the company was called Salesforce, and its head office was near this transit station or center in San Francisco. And so when that was put out for a possible renaming rights, they came in with the winning bid at $110 million US in 2018. That agreement has a duration of 25 years. So that breaks down to approximately 6 million Canadian per year for the duration of that agreement. And so that is such a significant amount of money. I mean, San Francisco, it's a bigger city. I don't know the details of that transit center in particular, but it's a high-profile transit center, as is Dundas Station. And so it does provide some basis of comparison. And I raise this to say that what you are entering into has real monetary value. Renaming is a very valuable exercise. And I heard Dr. Lashmi say that this is an opportunity for TMU to be recognized. That has value to TMU, and yet they're entering into a partnership where they're offering expertise, but they're getting amazing opportunities for their staff and students as well. That kind of sounds like a wash to me, with naming rights added on top of it. So what are those naming rights worth? And what is Toronto leaving on the table when it agrees to give those naming rights to TMU? And it sounds like it's in perpetuity. It's not like it's a 20-year, 25-year agreement.
Last question. Do you know, and pardon me if you don't know the specifications of the transaction, but I may have to do some research after. Was there anything else involved in the deal, or was it just the ability to name or rename the station at your calculation, 6 million CAD per year for 25 years?
Yes, the agreement is more layered than that, and there are certain conditions in place around upgrades to the station and technological advances. I'm sorry, I can't provide further detail. I'd be happy to send that to you after, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale. Commissioner Bravo, 5 minutes.
Thank you for your deputation. I just wanted to ask whether you saw a difference between selling naming rights to a corporation and working with an institution that is embedded in the city and is a public part of our post-secondary education system and is an important place. The question of place here, I think, might matter. Those are very different arrangements, and that this is really intended, I think, as proposed, to be a partnership to elevate the importance of TMU to the city and its goals.
I do appreciate the distinction in that this is a public institution that is proposed to have this agreement with the TTC. And so there are, it would be reasonable to have some consideration for that, but the benefit being offered would go to the benefit of a public institution. Nonetheless, in these days where every penny counts in budgeting, I know you're just looking everywhere for areas to economize. And so what is this worth? The public deserves to know, what are these naming rights worth that are being basically handed over to TMU for nothing? This partnership agreement, it sounds like it's going to be of mutual benefit to both parties. And so that's great. But in addition, there are naming rights that are being thrown in that have the potential possibly to generate an additional millions of dollars a year to the TTC if it handled it in a different way. So maybe TMU should get a break on that if it's worth $5 million or $3 million a year, whatever it is. But to give it for nothing in these days of such tight constraints on city budgets and transit budgets, that just doesn't seem to make sense.
I think that, as you heard from Councillor Sachs, this is viewed as a partnership to meet with directives that were made in the last council. And I think that what we're looking at here is mutual benefit for the city. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Nope. Anyone to speak? Oh, sorry, questions? Commissioner Osborne?
Yeah, I have a question, a couple questions. It was my understanding from the last meeting when this came up in February of last year that we were waiting for a policy on naming rights that would precede our moving forward on this. And I'm just wondering if we can get confirmation on what's happened.
Through the chair to Commissioner Osborne, we have a policy on naming rights that, I should say more than naming rights, on naming policy in general that is very close and will be in front of the board soon. As you notice, as mentioned in the board report on this item, there is some urgency to this because with the openings of line 6, there's an opportunity to save quite a bit of dollars. And while we have struggled with hard dates on the openings of lines 5 and 6, there is a very short window we've been given on their software upgrades that if we don't act on now, we'll miss that opportunity, and this would then cost significantly more. So the policy is coming. The policy is very close. It'll speak to all the issues around consultation, broader frameworks, the wayfinding around it. I can give assurances to the board that this is very much in line with what's going to be coming with the policy. Stations across the city for a long time have been named after major public institutions. So that will still be part of the policy, where it's either, a cross street, a neighborhood name, or a public institution. So this will still be in compliance. But that will be coming, and that will afford the board an opportunity to have something, and obviously to opine on, but then have something in place if there's ever a time in the future where who knows what other station, or if an opportunity is presented to us with a significantly attractive deal for a renaming opportunity would come before us. The one thing I'll say, not to spoil the outcome or that report, we will be recommending not to pursue corporate naming rights for our stations for a variety of wayfinding reasons. And the reality is, what we've seen in the States is they have very little value. We surveyed the market on that. We even went out ourselves. There's not a lot of interest in putting a corporate name. Unfortunately, sometimes we have delays at stations. We have bad things happen at stations. So a lot of corporate entities don't want to be associated with a station right now, which is unfortunate. We hope to change that. The other issue is that then corporations change and come and go. There's a station in Philadelphia that's had to be renamed 3 times because that corporation has, that kind of corporate landscape has changed. And so you can imagine why we will recommend not to pursue corporate naming. In the case of that San Francisco deal, that was like basically a rebuild of a Union Station type of bus facility at about $3 billion with a 5-acre park on top of it. And so a really different setting than what maybe at one station might be in an urban setting.
And I understand about the actual hard costs of the announcement part of this. That was related to line 6. Is the line 5 already done?
We've missed the window on the line 5 software upgrade, and so that's why we're leveraging the line 6 opportunity here for that. So as you mentioned, that will be included in the hard costs that TMU is covering. And of course, above and beyond those hard costs, a lot of them are actually software. It's not the physical signage. That's quite a small part of this. Above and beyond that, then we're getting an infusion of partnership dollars from TMU above them, covering all hard costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes.
Yeah, Josh, why do we need an innovation partnership with a university like TMU?
Through the chair, if you think about many of the things that our kind of our board and our customers are seized with, kind of the issues of the day right now that we all grapple with and the whole transit industry is, to be blunt, we're not really funded or built to deal with them in many cases. We are making strides, but if I think about the research call has already brought forward about 25 research proposals, and this has not even been approved by the board. And some of those proposals include, kind of advanced thinking on KPIs, wayfinding, dealing with fare evasion, dealing with platform edge doors alternatives, authorized people on track, customer comms, bunching and gapping, which I know is a big topic, service delivery efficiency, customer experience during disruptions, scheduling and route optimization, service planning, platform station, crowding issues, road safety, EV fleet conversion, like the issues that we all want to be tackling here. And so to be able to kind of have a partner who can help us with that thinking, research, and testing, so not just kind of an academic perspective, is invaluable for us to kind of tackle those issues and add the bandwidth. But on top of it is to start to change the culture in the organization and build an innovation muscle. Bem and I often joke that we're kind of hunting and scrapping for dollars around here so we can kind of do these types of things. But if we're to serve the needs of what our customers expect, this has to become part of our DNA. We think that this partnership, and we hope it gets mimicked with other institutions, becomes very embedded with the culture of the TTC and how we do this and do business, and that our customers will see the benefits of it.
Are you satisfied that we're getting full value for the renaming?
Through the chair, through our analysis of talking to other systems, dealing with our advertising partner, looking at options that have gone out around North America and beyond. Comparing that to the dollars we're getting both for covering our costs and the dollars above and beyond that TMU is going to give us for this research, piloting, and testing, we're very comfortable putting this recommendation in front of the board as one that we believe is getting excellent value for both the organization and for our customers and taxpayers.
Josh, I was looking for a clear answer. Are you satisfied
Yes.
we're getting full value? Thank you. Are you satisfied that we're getting the best value for the research partnership? There are 4 universities in Toronto.
Through the chair, yes. Is that? I don't want to expand on that because I'm
Okay, now you can
Okay,
expand.
now I can. Okay. Through the chair, we certainly are, and we're excited by this. We already work, and you'll hear it later today, with U of T and the other institutions, and we think that this will kind of trigger more of that activity. But at the same time, this is not exclusive, so we don't have to only do this with TMU. And what we hope is that this triggers a type of dialogue and some action. And in fact, it already has. We've already had outreach from other institutions, so it's had that desired effect.
Okay, we've got enough problems to go around. I guess that's good.
We might now.
All right. Now, President Lashmi talked about a long-term partnership. How are we going to make that happen?
Through the chair, so what's in front of the board speaks to the setting up of the framework and what we can call a pilot that is an 18-month framework that looks at vetting, and of course the TTC will do that, the research, the startups, bringing the entrepreneurs to us, and testing. We very much hope and intend for this to be just the beginning of a long-term partnership. We've had those conversations with TMU, and they're fully in agreement with that. So not only is it going to kind of hopefully change the culture of the organization, but our actual partnership with them, we very much hope to extend over past the 18-month pilot. What we're seeking today is approval from the board to delegate authority to the CEO to execute that, within which that deal would outline what that duration would be.
And last question, the naming policy that you're going to bring to us, is it going to talk about the duration of names?
Through the chair, the naming policy will focus a lot on the process by which you would consider a name change if the board wanted to go down that road. If it doesn't include duration, we can certainly make sure that we reflect on that in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other questions? No? Okay, I just have a few for Josh. So I guess the first thing is, so the partnership is focused on, as initially, data-driven transit optimization, wayfinding and customer dashboards, track-level security solutions, KPI development, and analytics. Do you have a rough estimate of how much this would cost if we were to go to a consultant, E&Y, to say, hey, we need all this research done. How much are you going to charge us?
Through the chair.
And you say this as a former EY employee.
I know, that's why I'm pausing and laughing. Every report we produce here has a cost to it. I think sometimes we think they don't, even ones that, with all respect, the board would ask us to produce. But I would say what we produce is at much lower cost than what we would get going to the market. So I would say that with the research that we've seen, the research proposals we've seen, which we will vet through, and there will be more, that would cost through a private consultant many, many, many millions of dollars.
Yeah, thank you. And to be clear, with the coming on board of lines 5 and line 6, the maps and all the wayfinding has to be updated anyways.
Through you, correct. Part of the timing of this opportunity and some of the urgency around it, beyond the kind of this updating the signal systems, announcements and trains and things like that, is we have a moment now where we're about to update all of our wayfinding and maps because of lines 5 and 6 coming on board. As the board knows, because through the budget that was approved, we also happen to be in a process where we're refreshing Dundas Station right now. And so it also provides a timely opportunity while kind of the hood is open, to continue to do a bit more work on some of the in-station renewal that this would bring.
Thank you. And the final question, just to address a comment Jennifer had made, has the TTC ever made any findings one way or the other on Henry Dundas?
Through the chair, I wasn't around for that debate. We have not, so I don't know that we have, but certainly we do not. We will proudly run the Dundas streetcar across the city for many, many years to come. And so we have not made a statement on that.
So we've not made a statement, and this initially came to the TTC as a request from City Council. This is not something that the TTC initiated on its own.
Correct. Through you, Chair. This was a direction from City Council, and then us responding to an offer from TMU.
Thank you very much. To speak, I have Vice Chair Mihevik, then Commissioner Sachs, then Commissioner Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to move the staff report with no additional amendments. I really think this is an exciting initiative for the TTC, and where I would place it is within the context of the ongoing conversations that have been had between the city and its institutions and the universities and community colleges that are in Toronto, that have somewhat been institutionalized in this thing called Civic Labs TO, and I understand from the TMU president and staff that there have been active conversations, not just on this issue of public transit, but on a whole host of issues where the universities and their silos and the community colleges and their silos, and that's where we put the brains of our society in those institutions, and us as city builders over here to say we need to talk more, we need to collaborate more. Other cities, I happen to have done some of that work in my days when I was sitting around here, and continue to do that work actually wearing my York University hat. And I know enough to know that, and I did some research on it, that there are some cities that are way ahead of us on this. The foremost probably being Boston, Massachusetts, where they have a Boston Commons, and they not only explore public transit issues, but they do housing issues, they do administration and finance issues, they do public health issues, and they really have this kind of collaborative approach of breaking down those silos and using the brain power and the research capacity and the money that comes for those functions and putting them at the service of city building. And that's where, frankly, I would locate this project squarely in the Civic Labs TO framework. I think there's a lot to be done here. If we're going to build a great city, we need to use our universities in a better way. On the naming thing, I'll just say this. I know, and I suspect the policy will simply affirm this piece of it, that when you look at all our subway stations, they are geographic, right? So it's Shepherd, it's Bloor, it's Christie, and so on and so forth. However, there are exceptions to that, and the exceptions include museum. And interestingly enough, I remember the time when the museum people came to us and said, you know what, can we make it more attractive, that subway station? And that's where those pillars came from. That was a very interesting partnership that we did with the Ontario Museum. And of course, there's Hyde Park, there's York University, there's Pioneer Village, there's Osgoode Hall, Old Mill. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes we make exceptions and we say there is something of public, not private, significance that is placemaking that says, oh, this makes sense. This makes sense for us as a placemaking opportunity. And I think TMU having that station named and making it, oh, this is where we do the big thinking around public transit issues, and of course other city issues as well, I think is frankly brilliant. And my compliments to TTC staff and to TMU for breaking down those silos and working this way, not just this way, in mutual concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, I have Commissioner Sachs. I believe you have a motion.
Yes, thank you. I do have a motion. This is my lawyer's hat, is that the current recommendation just says go sign a partnership agreement, and I propose that we should direct that this partnership agreement should clearly set out the benefits to the TTC and the duration of the agreement and so on. This is basic things that should be in any agreement. I did discuss it with Mr. Atlas, and he confirmed these are all things that should be in the agreement. So I hope it's not controversial to say that the agreement should specify what benefits we're getting and how it should be governed. Agreements that don't specify these things cause troubles later. More generally, what I want to say about this, and I, with my amendment, I am supporting this motion. But first of all, I want to say that nothing I'm doing here today is meant as any repudiation or comment about Henry Dundas. The decision that council made, Councillor Bravo, Deputy Mayor Malik, and I were not on council, and of course Councillor Myers, none of us were on council when council decided after the Floyd murder to tear up Dundas, the name of Dundas, eradicate it from all city assets in the street. And that would have been unbelievably expensive and disruptive for a large number of people in my ward. It was profoundly unpopular, and I think it would have been really damaging. Instead of that, in 2023, we decided to make a compromise, which is to keep the name of Dundas, keep the name of the Dundas streetcar, but to ask the board to discuss with TMU the possibility of renaming this station. And, I had a conversation with President Lachemy at the time. I said, listen, I understand the direction, but you have to bring us real benefit. Our job here is to look out for the benefit, the best interest of the corporation and its riders. And so you have to bring us something that is in the best interest of the corporation and its riders. And I think that's what we have today. I think it's important that we've heard from staff that they think we're getting full value for the naming, we're getting full value for the partnership. We badly need the partnership. Lord knows we need the innovation and the understanding of how to use technology. We need it here, we also need it at the city. And it is true that TMU has transformed this corner of my ward and of the city with its extraordinary growth, with the city building, placemaking that they're doing, with the cooperation with other institutions downtown. I mean, if you go down to Dundas and Young, it's thriving now, and it's thriving mostly because of TMU. We're seeing what's happening to department stores. They're not in anymore. So we do have an opportunity to make the TTC better, and I think we should do it with all due respect to the really fair points that I think Jennifer Dundas made. This shouldn't be an opportunity to slag her ancestor. This is an opportunity for city building, for promoting the interests of the TTC, and for getting some of that innovation and insight that we desperately need and have not been able to get any other way. So I do have to say that we promised in our resolution in 2024 that there would be a consultation process, and the consultation that we're providing is about as minimal as it could get, dropping a report with no prior notice on Monday for a Wednesday meeting. I think that was unfortunate. I'm nevertheless going to support it because I think the result is the right one, but there's nothing about this process that's great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Osborne?
My comments aren't that dissimilar from what you've just heard, but I really love this partnership. I hope we have more of them. So congratulations to everybody who was involved in coming up with this. While we were doing the discussion, question and answer, and the deputations, I leaned over and asked Councillor Sachs if it was possible for us to move forward with this TMU partnership without cancelling Henry Dundas. And she said yes, and that I should actually put that on the record. So I am saying that because I think that we can be for this and not against that, against the Dundas legacy, which people have in the family have objected to the way that this has gone about. So I agree the process is not ideal, but I think the outcome is really going to help the TTC, and I really am looking forward to the results of the partnership with TMU. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Jagdale?
Thanks, Chair Myers. Look, I'll be completely honest.
You're really low. You're not, it's not hard to hear you.
Check. Hello.
Try again.
Testing.
It's a little bit better.
Is it? Oh my God. Bear with me. So strange.
Okay,
What about now? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're all just going to have to see my mouth for the next 4 minutes. And I apologize for that. Look, whether we rename the station or not, I think the most important aspect of this is, are we getting something valuable for this trade? And I'm supportive of this. I mean, I've been beating the drum of building an innovation sandbox at the TTC longer than most of you. Some of you have actually been counselors, which is a long time. We do not have the expertise to think about innovation in a way that gets us to the next 100 years of operations. Yes, we've developed our innovation and sustainability department. Yes, we are doing the great work to build inroads around those topics. But outside of that, we don't have a true partner who is, quite frankly, better than us when it comes to research, when it comes to innovation, and when it comes to thinking about the future of transit obligations. So we are getting real value out of this. And the research projects that we had the privilege of taking a look at, not all of them, I'm sure, will be approved, but there's some real exciting stuff that will be happening that will have a hopefully long-term impact on the financial situation of the TTC. And the idea of building a sandbox that is tied to a university, thankfully, or tied to any agency or any ecosystem or hub, is thankfully not necessarily a novel idea. I mean, TFL has had innovation hubs for the last 20 years. The MTA has transit, lab, tech. I mean, France has the 574 labs, and I'm fairly certain Helsinki even has an innovation hub or lab. And we all know that MIT has a fantastic partnership with Kearney, a consulting firm, yes, but to think about the future of transit. So if we believe that we're getting some value for the relationship, if we believe that we have to share naming rights to get that valuable research and that valuable expertise to help us think about the next 100 years, and I'm all for it, and I am all for supporting this. This is an important step for our organization and what we look like to the global peers of transit agencies, and we should be leading the way with innovation. And this is, I think, one really great step forward that we should not miss the boat on. So, Dr. Lashmi, thanks again for proposing this and for the team on working on this. And of course, very happy to support Commissioner Sachs's amendments, which I'm sure is incredibly friendly to the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo. Any others to speak on this? No? Okay. I will just very briefly say a huge thank you to the staff and Josh's team that worked on this. This was a big lift, and I think it got us in the right place. And, you know, just to acknowledge what one of the deputies had said, you know, what my original motion had said, it had a lot of requests and asks, and I don't see any of that in this proposal, and that's not a bad thing. I think you exceeded what my proposal, what my motion was actually thinking, and I think you hit this one out of the park. So very, very happy to see this. And I also want to give credit to TMU for really just not, this wasn't just for them a renaming deal. This was a partnership. This was actually wanting to build a genuine partnership with the city. We are codependent on each other. If the TMU is doing well, Toronto's doing well. If Toronto's doing well, TMU is doing well. So this is a genuine partnership. And a lot of people actually don't know, but you know, back in I think the 70s, the TTC actually had a consulting arm, and people would come from around the world to learn about how we were doing transit, and they would take those findings back to the rest of the world. We were a leader in transit innovation. So I think this is an important step in actually getting us back on that path and showing that we can be a leader, we can be a first adopter. Yes, it will involve risks, there will be failures, there will be learnings, there will be setbacks, but that's all part of research. And I think this is a great step forward in addressing a lot of the issues that our customers are facing, just making the transit system more reliable, more safe, and you know, just giving Toronto a transit system that we can really be proud of, and we can really get back to inviting people from all over the world to come to Toronto and learn how we do transit, and taking those learnings back. So I'm very, very happy and excited to see this coming forward. Thank you to everyone who worked on this. And with that, I will take Commissioner Sachs's motion together, all together with the item. Vice Chair Mihevc, I believe you wanted to move it. So that's okay. All those in favor?
We have a recorded vote on the item?
Yes.
Recorded vote. Commissioner Ainsley, your vote, please.
In favor?
Commissioner Bravo.
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo.
In favor?
Commissioner Kim.
In favor.
Commissioner Malik. In favor. Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Mihevc.
In favor?
Chair Myers.
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne.
In favor?
Commissioner Sachs.
In favor.
The item carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We will now move to item 2. And this will be the presentation from ACAT Chair Betty Rivington Law. Betty, are you there?
I am here.
Okay.
Good.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'll be brief. You have many issues on the table today, and so I will be brief. And this is just to speak about our end of March meeting. And we were asked to participate in an ongoing audit with TTC staff about their PA system. And I'm talking about the human announcements, not the automated ones. And we were asked to participate in this. We looked at the questions and tried to make it simple. And was it due to technical, or was it the clarity? What were the problems with the PA system? We also had an update about the new battery electric Wheel-Trans bus pilot, which will hopefully commence in 2026. We reviewed features to ensure the safety of those with impaired vision. And in our subcommittees, we broke down the in communications, the Wheel-Trans data privacy and consent, which we obviously need to get as consent for everybody when we're looking at the data. And we reviewed the travel training survey and access newsletter. We've got lots of communications coming up with the exciting 50-year anniversary of Wheel-Trans. There was no design review subcommittee meeting in March. Service planning was looking at the extended bus routes that were going around the non-accessible subway stations. And we also heard about the TTC parking strategy with the underused parking lots. The final committee, the Wheel-Trans operation, people were asking about shorter travel training sessions and just looking for routes that they might take. So they were interested in learning about that. And then as we hope this heat will come soon, that we're looking at HVAC issues on all vehicles for Wheel-Trans. And that is it for my March report.
Thank you, Betty. Are there any questions? Nope. Seeing none, I will take a are there anyone that wants to speak on the item? Nope. For the first question, can I please have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Vice Chair Mihevc.
Sorry, I'm winging it here. The next item is 4.3, Benefits of Transit Investment Phase 2 Project Final Report to the TTC. It will start with a presentation on this from David Metcalf, Head Business Management and Performance and professors from the University of Toronto. Over to you.
Okay, hi. I'm going to introduce this topic while they get set up for the presentation. What we're here to do today is the benefits of transit investment, the Phase 2 final report. Just to give everybody kind of the history of this is a continuation of a partnership, and in the spirit of partnerships today, this is a continuation of something that started in 2022 with the University of Toronto. And when we started it, the purpose was to identify the economic and other benefits that would help us from transit investments. So we did something in 2022. We did our first phase of this, and it was brought to the board in December of 2023, where we highlighted the economic benefits at that point. And then and what we're doing today is now bringing the economic benefits, the social benefits, the community benefits, the health benefits, the environmental benefits, the transit benefits all together. So now it's a completed sort of package, and that's what this final report is bringing for you today. So if we go to the slide there, that's really what we're highlighting here, is bringing together this overall value in transit. Last time we were in the room, we talked about $1 invested in TTC yields $7 worth of benefits. It's made up of those 4 different types of benefits, which include under economic things like GDP and jobs, under environment, which are the GHG and the emissions, the transit rider ones, which of course are trip, mode share, travel times. It's based off an activity-based travel demand model that Professor Miller uses. And then of course bringing together health, social, and community benefits, which includes equity access scores, which is really adding a lot of value to the presentation and to the report going forward. All of this is done within a GTA Toronto neighborhood sort of view. And just want to remind everybody, TTC is like a hub service to many services out there in the city, things like jobs, things like education, things like getting your food, of course, things like health. So it's very important that it's recognized as that hub service that delivers other great services. If we go to the next slide. So here, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands it is a partnership. There is a number of people within TTC, as well as the partners that I'm going to introduce you to at University of Toronto, that work together. From the organizational side, people in strategy and service planning, corporate initiatives, in innovation and sustainability, HR, diversity, and finance. We're all partnered up on this, working with University of Toronto so they can deliver you some of this great information today. Finally, I'd like to introduce kind of the dream team, as I would call it, from the University of Toronto. There's 4 of them. Eric Miller is the principal lead of it, and he represents the transit side. Richard DiFrancesco represents the economic side. Marianne Hatsapoulou, she represents the health and environment side. And finally, the social and community benefit side is Professor Stephen Farber. So I'm going to turn it over to Professor Miller to go through the slides.
Great. Thank you, David, for that introduction. And thank you to the board. It's a great pleasure to be back here to be presenting our final findings on this project that has been underway for some time. I do want to also acknowledge my colleagues involved in this effort, and particularly Professor DiFrancesco is online and is available to answer all the hard questions you have at the end. So if we could have the next slide, the approach we've taken is the motivation is to try to understand and make clear and quantify the benefits of transit as clearly as possible. I think in debates about budgets and so forth, transit is often viewed as a cost, and one's always trying to get value for money. But I think what can be lost in the conversation are the benefits of transit, and perhaps we intuitively understand those, particularly perhaps on the social side, but there are very, very, very real economic and environmental, in addition to social benefits. And the purpose of this study has been to try to highlight those, to perhaps advance the discussion about the absolute and critical importance of transit, both within the City of Toronto and within the region. So we approach this from 2 points of view. A top-down macroeconomic approach where we're modeling the impact of transit in the economy. And I think we often don't think about that the TTC is a major industry, it's a major economic activity, it's a purchaser of tremendous amount of goods, it's an employer of people. It is making a significant contribution, as we'll show, to the economy, not just of Toronto and Ontario, but of Canada. And so we have that. That's one lens that we're looking at these impacts. And the other is a bottom-up, looking at the benefits to riders and to the citizens of Toronto and the region through a model of modeling the usage, modeling travel within the Greater Toronto Area and within the City of Toronto, and not just transit, but also on auto. And so we have looked at 2 or 3 different scenarios, a base case and then 2 other cases, one in which we invest in transit, we return to full service from a reduced service, the pandemic reduced service levels, and a second one as an extreme case, if you will, in which we disinvest in transit as a way of looking at getting at the impacts of investing in transit in capital. And in both cases, we tried to look at as many metrics that we could quantify as possible. And again, the first line there is showing the net result of the macroeconomic modeling. But then we have a number of what we call quality of life metrics that reflect our day-to-day experience and the day-to-day benefits we get from the usage of the TTC. And the bottom line of this is, as David's already mentioned, is that I think we can quite conclusively show that every dollar spent either on operating or capital investment in the TTC returns in the order of something like $7 in benefits. Of those, the benefits to transit users is the single most important one. Transit travel time savings are very significant, but I think one of the main messages here is that investing in transit is a win-win situation. It's not just transit users who benefit, it's auto users. There are very significant savings in auto travel times in terms of reduced congestion, in terms of better transit means people have to own fewer cars, so the auto ownership costs go down, accidents go down, and in addition, of course, there are major environmental impacts, health impacts, greenhouse gas reductions. Transit is a very important arrow in the quiver of Transform TO to try to meet our greenhouse gas reduction targets. And so when we add up all of these things, we see that investing in transit is not just a nice to have, it's a must have. It's not just a social benefit, which not to dismiss that as being very important, but it has real economic and environmental values. Next slide, please. So if we look at the macroeconomic effect, and what we did is we modeled the Canadian economy, and we modeled the role of the TTC within the Canadian economy, and to show the economy is a very circular thing. You invest a dollar, that dollar goes through, pays for people, pays for supplies, generates economic activity, and this ripples through the country. Not surprisingly, most of the economic benefit resides within the province of Ontario and within the Greater Toronto Area, but the benefits do ripple throughout the country. We're hearing from Mr. Carney about the importance of interprovincial trade and the importance of building the Canadian economy. The TTC is a major contributor to that endeavor. I think this message should also be of importance to the province of Ontario, which is very interested in investing in economic development within the province. Again, the TTC is a major contributor towards the economic health and vitality of the province of Ontario as well. Next slide, please. And that economic impact ripples across all sectors of the economy. Not surprisingly, capital investment has a big impact on manufacturing and construction and professional services within our economy, and operating has a big impact on professional services and so forth. But again, we live in a very complicated economy, and the TTC intersects investment, flows through the economy, and affects many, many sectors, both within the province and the country. Next slide, please. turning to the bottom up, the quality of life impacts, and trying to unpack those a little bit, looking at some of the environmental impacts and the health impacts, investing in transit to the extent that it moves people from cars into transit, reduces greenhouse gases. It also reduces air pollution, which has significant health impacts. And so, by improving transit service, we reduce greenhouse gases, we improve the health of the city. In this case, we ran an additional scenario where we looked at not only if we improve transit service, but if we did electrify the bus fleet, which is, I know, is something of great interest to TTC. TTC is working towards that, and the analysis shows, incredible, very, very significant impacts of that electrification. Not only does it have significant greenhouse gas reduction effects, but it has very significant health impacts. And so, again, just illustrating how important these sorts of policies and these programs are. Next slide, please. And further, looking at equity, I mean, it's not just important to have a city that's economically thriving and is environmentally sound, but it has to be an equitable city. And one of the big things I think we've done since the last time we were here reporting to you is we've started to dive much deeper into the equity impacts, the distributional impacts of investment. And for example, in terms of emissions modeling and in terms of health impacts, what we can see is that every investment we look at, anyway, we look at it, it has bigger impacts on the most deprived groups within our city. The people who are most needing improved mobility are deprived in many different ways. Given where they live, typically the impacts of improving transit are higher, and similarly the impacts of worsening transit are worse. And so again, investing wisely in transit has very significant equity impacts. Next slide, please. We also looked at the neighborhood improvement areas. Specifically, in our modeling, we can window in spatially and socioeconomically in quite a detailed way. And again, we can see that the importance of transit to our neighborhood improvement areas, and again, investment, wise investment in transit leads to bigger bang for the buck for these neighborhood improvement areas. We can really help them, but again, disinvesting has significant impacts on them as well. Next slide, please. We also looked at accessibility. We think of transportation and transit as providing mobility, the movement of people. More fundamentally, in some ways, what transportation is doing is providing accessibility, the ability to interact, to move, the ability to move and participate in activities. And so we can construct accessibility measures. How many jobs can we reach within X minutes by transit? How far away are we from schools? What's our accessibility to doctors' offices and hospitals and so forth? And so we quantified the changes in accessibility to a set of representative types of activities that are important to our population. And we see again that investing in transit can have significant gains in accessibility. We didn't try to put a dollar value on this, but nevertheless, the accessibilities, this is another way of thinking about the benefits that we get from transit. And the changes, again, are very significant. Next slide, please. And so I think I'm going to turn it back to Dave. And let me just say, before I do, again, let me just say how much U of T's been working with the TTC for 2 or 3 years now, and in other ways. I was very encouraged by the conversation I've heard over the last couple of hours and the enthusiasm that the TTC Board is expressing in terms of partnerships with universities, whether it's U of T or TMU. And I'm very encouraged by the recognition that this sort of partnership can be such a win-win, and certainly from U of T's perspective, we're hoping that we can be continuing this research and this collaboration and growing it in the future, because as with TMU, I think we at U of T have a lot to contribute to the TTC, and we're very, very eager to continue the partnership that we've already started. So back to you, Dave.
So the next slide kind of says, why do we do this? So we do it for these reasons. We do these partnerships to make sure that we get some information so we can advocate for proper funding to help us with our strategy, to help us execute from a service or a capital perspective. So this work goes forward, and we hope, we have messages here that can be used for the federal side of things, the provincial side, the city side. It helps us tell our story of why transit is important. Going forward, we're also going to be taking this information and supplementing it with other ones to the strategic committee. This plus growth ridership strategies, long-term financial sort of impact analysis, and further KPIs. And what this does is give us a body of work that we can use with the strategic committee to help people arrive at key messages. And part of what these messages today were to highlight what we call quality of life outcomes. Instead of talking about measures in a discrete way, why aren't we talking to the public, which resonates with the public, around things like quality of life, like the rider benefits, the healthier communities, the access to destinations, the environmental things. They want that information, so it's important for us to work together. We needed U of T to help us do that so we can get these messages out. If we go to the next slide, these are just some of the key messages that you just heard today. There's economic ones on the left-hand side, access ones, equity ones, transit messages, and environmental messages. If we could walk out today and say these are key messages and we should be advocating on these messages and providing that detail to other orders of government, this helps us tell our story. And that's really where we're going with this work, is to continue to help TTC tell a great story so the public can understand the great service that we deliver. So over to that, we go to questions.
Thank you. And I believe the first question is from Councillor Bravo and then Commissioner Jagdeo. Commissioner Osborne, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I read this with incredible enthusiasm. What you've provided us is really impactful. And as Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee, and working specifically on the action plan for Toronto's economy and inclusive economic development, I'm excited to have this data. I'm going to ask about so you said, talked about the macroeconomic benefits, and I'm not wondering if you looked at productivity, because there's been some information about how congestion impacts productivity for businesses. Is that something that would be captured here?
Not at the moment, not directly. I think our travel time savings are telling you something about that, okay. But the actual, efficiency with which we're producing goods and services is not yet in the macroeconomic model. One of the things that we would be interested in going forward with in the research is expanding that the connection between the macro model and the micro model in ways. We see people reporting, we lose so much money through congestion. That's actually a very hard thing to really quantify. So that's something we would like to be able to say more about in the future.
Thanks, and I'm going exactly where you are with my questions, which is the connection of the household economy. So we talk about riders and moving riders, but as you would know, and I think your presentation shows, we're talking about people, for example, workers who are working in manufacturing, working in service, who are overrepresented in terms of transit riders. They might arrive late, they might lose their job, they're working 2 or 3 jobs. This piece around equity, is there an opportunity to connect it to educational opportunities, to college, to high school, to university, apprenticeship programs, and also to the impact that it can have on a family household when you are constantly late, working part-time as a student, working 3 jobs. Is there anything in what you've looked at that would generate any insights around that, or do you think that might be something valuable to look at?
So maybe just a brief comment about the model. In the model, we are modeling, we create a synthetic population for the city which is trying to represent every person, every household. And so we are modeling workers by occupation, full-time and full-time, part-time. We are modeling students, elementary, secondary, post-secondary, going to school. It's what we call an activity-based model. So we're trying to model the day in the life of people. And so I think many of the questions you're pointing towards, we can be doing, even with the current model, we can be doing better to pull out this information, to look at. One thing I want to do is single parent households. And I think there's a lot we can do about that. People without cars. So I think even with the current model, but I think some of the things, the impact on the activity scheduling stress, I think we can actually improve the model to more fully address some of the questions you're asking.
So through the Inclusive Economic Development Framework, which is being developed in partnership and will inform the action plan for Toronto's economy, how we generate a new set of indicators. There's a lot of organizations that are considering these types of questions. Do you think that maybe there's some qualitative elements that could be built alongside the model? The model creates an incredible foundation. It would be a wonderful thing to be able to use it and to animate discussions. And for example, the question about how we generate indicators of how our economy is doing in the city of Toronto, that would include some of the pieces that have to do with the household level, the micro level that you're describing. Do you think that that's something that might be helpful down the road?
Well, yes. I mean, one thought I have is I think we could be constructing personas of different, here is a single mother in Scarborough, and here's the day in her life, and this is how changes could be happening, etc. I think we can also be using this tool. One of our hopes is that we can actually start working with service planning. So as you're putting together your service plans, you can be saying, well, maybe we should be putting more buses here because we'll have a bigger impact on this socioeconomic group, for example, and provide an additional insight to the service planners who are already doing a great job, but this would elaborate what they could be looking at.
Thank you. This will certainly be helpful with our strategic planning committee discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Next, I have Commissioner Jagdale and Commissioner Osborne. We're at 12, so if it's okay, I'd like to just finish the item and then we can break for lunch. Thank you. So Commissioner Jagdale.
Testing.
Yep. We can hear
Terrific.
you.
Thank you to our presenters. Amazing information, terrific insights. Challenge is that I think everybody in the room accepts all of this as gospel. So you don't have to convince us that transit is beneficial or it drives monetary value and it can be linked to every aspect of the city. And I loved your analogy of transit sort of being a hub for everything else that happens. And maybe I guess this is really a question for staff, but what do we do with this now? Because research is great, but if we can't turn the research into something tangible, or we can't advertise it, or we can't share it in a digestible way, then does it really matter for us? And I'm curious to just hear staff thoughts on how we may want to action on this moving forward.
So I'll take that through the chair. Number one, I think you've heard some information from Professor Miller about improvements in the model. That is something that we're striving to do, but how we use it now is important. Some of the themes that we're talking about in our partnership is bringing this more in-house so we can start using it. Ultimately, what we're really trying to do is make sure that that conversation to the public, which resonates around quality of life measures, that we're bringing that information and rising it up to that conversation so that we are able to articulate to the residents of the City of Toronto those different sort of quality of life or environmental or social or access sort of information that gets them to understand not just the service, but how well the service is being delivered, and using those metrics as a baseline to monitor ourselves as we go forward to make sure that we're incorporating change through new investment all the time. That is one of the key factors that we're doing. It also gives us the ability to, answer a number of questions. I think even the tariff question today, if we could get a little bit more information or improve on the model, we'll start being able to provide some more detail around that. But ultimately, it's about getting the baseline in place, getting the metrics out, starting getting those metrics out in front of the public, and actually partnering up with the city so that we join in their journey, because their journey is all around, outcomes and quality of life, and we've got to rise up our messages to that level.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale. Next, we have Commissioner Osborne.
Yeah, I thought this was an amazing report, so thank you very much. My question, it's a report on mobility, is actually a little bit focused on the part of our system that isn't mobility, and that is parking. And at one point in the report, you actually talked about the cost of parking, and I got all excited, and then I realized that it's only the cost of the average car owner and the extent to which parking is part of the cost that you need to look at. And I'm wondering if you've ever done any macro investigation into in a way, it's the cost of the infrastructure. Because in the report, you talk about the virtuous circle, getting people out of their cars and into buses or streetcars or subways. But when we're talking about the vehicles that are on the surface, it's not as virtuous if we're moving them from a car that's bogged down in traffic into a bus that's bogged down in traffic. It's somewhat less virtuous. So it's cropped up every now and again around here. What would happen if we remove street parking from arterial roads, major bus routes or streetcar routes? And I'm wondering if you've ever looked into this, the actual sort of macro cost and the cost benefit if that gets put to moving traffic as opposed to stationary traffic.
We haven't explicitly looked at that, but we could. So we could in the model, right now the model is generally trying to represent what's on the street at the moment. And the model is sensitive to congestion, and it actually does slow the buses down. So buses in the model, if they're stuck in traffic, they slow down. And so that's a disbenefit of the congestion. So when we talk about relieving congestion, we're speeding up the buses, saving time for the transit users, and we're speeding up things for the car users. So again, I think this is a tool that we could be looking at various parking policies, parking pricing. We have done work in the past looking at the impact of parking pricing policies and just macro supply of restricting parking. But we haven't, in this analysis, looked at the on-street operations, but we could.
Yeah, because it was quite interesting the way you had, I think it was 900 vehicles at any time, and then after that you sort of hit a cliff, and things really get bogged down, even if it's just a little bit more, has a whipsaw.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's an important message to get across. I think part of what we're trying to say is this, it's not a war on the car, but and there are win-wins, but it is what, forgive me, an engineer would call a nonlinear phenomenon. There is that break point, and so keeping car usage below that threshold has huge benefits for everybody, and that's one of the things we should be looking at, both on the roadside, transportation services and the TTC, is how we can be managing the system so that we don't get to that breakdown point.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for us to attract people into that virtuous circle if they're getting fast and reliable service.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Anyway, congratulations. I thought it was really great. And there were lots of nuggets in there that I loved, like that 29 lanes of highway for line 1. That's spectacular.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Next, we have Vice Chair Mihevc.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you again, Professor Miller. For others, he's been around for a long time. He helped us out, the TTC out, with way back in the days of the St. Clair right-of-way debate. So first, I want to acknowledge your contribution to public service.
Well, thank you, Joe.
I have two questions. One is, if you can imagine yourself sitting down with the new Prime Minister who is talking about investments. He wants investments. Is this the kind of document and approach that you think would help us in that forum?
Well, yes, I think so, because I think it does demonstrate that transit has macroeconomic impacts and is part of the Canadian economy that he's trying to build. I think particularly, I mean, I'm not sure where the buses for, or sorry, the new vehicles for trains for Line 2 stand in terms of the federal funding, but I think that would be a perfect example of why federal money going into the TTC is exactly addressing the sorts of things he wants to be addressing. So yes, I think we should send it to him.
Okay, so here's the setup question then, or that question sets up this one. There are other debates out there, and some would argue, I'll put it in a more philosophical way, that really the way to get the economy going and to do big initiatives is really, I don't know, put more lanes underneath the 401. And I think the way to put this academically maybe is to say, well, you have certain numbers, $7 to $1. Well, guess what? Other modes have other figures. And would it not be incumbent on us to also be aware of what the math is around, say, $1 of a new expressway investment is?
Yes, and we should.
So lost opportunity cost, basically.
We absolutely should be doing that. And frankly, I think it's, that particular project, it's a negative, negative benefit. There will not be benefits to that, but we should be documenting that, and we can. We should also be saying, instead of, let's say it's $60 billion for that project, we should also be saying, what else could we do with that $60 billion, both in terms of impact on transportation and impact on the economy. And so, one of the problems we have in this region, and I think in many other regions, is we make commitments to big projects without doing that analysis.
And vice versa too. $60 billion that we spend on public transit is not $60 billion that we can spend, say, on roads. Mm-hmm. And what's the cost-benefit analysis of each mode? Frankly, would be a larger argument, would it not be?
Yes, and we should be doing that, and we could be doing that with not much resources. I'm often struck by the fact that we are talking, 10, 20, 50, $60 billion investments, but we won't be spending $1 million, let's say, to do the analysis that might help us make better decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, we have Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Professor Miller. Wonderful to have you back here. As always, very useful and helpful. I wanted to build actually on the questions of Commissioner Osborne, because we have, your reports look at the overall benefits, and the overall benefits are substantial. The political challenge we have is that not everyone benefits, some lose. And the losses are concentrated, and that creates political pressure and difficulty. So, for example, we have the Bathurst and Dufferin Rapid TO proposals, and we know that they achieve the greatest good for the greatest number, but they create severe inconvenience and difficulty for some. Does anything in your research allow us to evaluate and minimize the distributional effects of things like bus lanes, priority streetcar lanes, the kinds of things we're trying to do?
Well, yes, and again, this study was limited in what it could look at, and we were looking at sort of the big picture. But we could be using this model to window in on these corridors, and I think this is something we would very much like to be doing in the next phase of the work. I think we can also supplement the model we're using here with more detailed simulation models that some of my colleagues at UOT, and I'm sure at TMU as well, are working on, so that we can really look at corridor by corridor, how to minimize those impacts. First of all, I suspect, but I haven't done the analysis, that the impacts are often less than people think they're going to be. We tend to be risk averse and think the worst of change. So part of, I think, using these sorts of tools is to show that, well, maybe things aren't quite as bad as you think they're going to be. Make the case that the benefits do, there are winners and losers, but also we actually should be looking at ways we can, again, through traffic signal settings and different things, minimize the impacts so that, which would increase the overall benefits and help make the case. But I always say the model is another voice at the table. And if we don't have that voice at the table, then, it's not going to inform us about how we can actually, why a bus lane may actually be a good thing for everybody.
Right. So how quickly could you do this? Because we've got decisions to make right now. We've got to get ready for FIFA. We've got real impacts on real people. How quickly can you help us minimize the pain or the admitted gain that the community as a whole will benefit from?
Well, it's always time and money are somewhat interchangeable. I mean, we
don't have any money.
Some money would help to accelerate, being able to study these things.
Could you let us know,
could you let us know
how much money and how much time?
I hesitate off the top of my head,
Okay,
but not compared to what we're talking about, not a lot of money and fairly quickly.
Okay. Could you get me more details after the meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Does anybody else have any questions for the presenters? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much. Very informative. Thank you. Now we will move to questions of staff. Commissioner Kim.
First of all, I'd like to thank the presenter because we do, it's a message to the choir here, but it's nice to see the metrics associated with all the benefits. My question is for management, and this relates to the questions that Commissioner Jagdeo asked and also the Vice Chair. More of a direct question. When will you incorporate this into the plans to go to the various levels of government when you ask for funding and investment? So I just never heard that through the various discussion points. So will you and when will you incorporate the results of the study to get investments from the government?
So through the chair, we have messages right now, so we can start off with the high-level messages as we're doing that. So that doesn't stop us from doing that. We should be doing that right now with all orders of government. Okay, so there's one thing that should start happening right away. The other thing is, as we continue to evolve into more detailed, different next scope of work pieces where we can start looking at more discrete things, we'll be bringing back messages around that. So I think the message here is we've got some key messages. We kind of showed you a slide there, but there's lots of information in here that we could be leveraging for those other order levels of government to make sure that we're communicating with them and expressing what the value of transit is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? No? Would anyone like to speak on the item? Commissioner Sachs?
Yeah. First of all, just thank you. We are very, very lucky to have 4 excellent universities in Toronto, and I am delighted to see us making better use of that extraordinary asset. We need more information. We need more tools. We need more ways to minimize the pain when we do make decisions, recognizing that some of us have to get elected again if we want to do this job, and pain tends to be generate much more response than gain, and the gains tend to be distributed. The pain tends to be localized. So we do need more information and more help to make the best decisions we can and to survive making those decisions. So that's something that I hope that the TTC can find the resources to do. I recognize we're resource constrained, the university is resource constrained, but we really need the help. And we're going into, we're trying to be braver and make the decisions that we know we need to make. And more guidance would help us do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other speakers? Can I please have a motion to receive the report? Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is it okay if we take a 45-minute lunch break and we come back at 1? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And the next item we will deal with is the rapid TO. So we will now go to item, the next item is transit priority measures on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street. We have two speakers on this item, beginning with Alan Yule. Just, there is a presentation by staff. Does anybody wish to see the presentation, or are we good to just go into questions? Questions? Okay, perfect. Okay, Alan, go ahead.
Just waiting for the screen to come up, sir. The title of this report is Transit Priority Measures on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street. It is important to use the right tools to get the job done. This is what a transit priority signal looks like. I went by it this morning. This is the Ontario standard. It's also the world standard. The vertical white bars is the transit priority signal allows you to go straight, make a right or left turn. You can even make a left turn from the right-hand or curbside lane. Last month, a TTC friend of mine got a ticket for going through King Street. This again is the transit priority signal in Kitchener. This is what we have here. The intersection has no vertical white bar, just a whole bunch of red and green lights. Drivers tend to trigger on a green light. The signage is just fine print. The net result is without constant enforcement, the Toronto version of a transit priority signal is completely useless. This report is looking at red roading transit priority lanes on both Bathurst and Dufferin Street, Eglinton south to the south. I have read all of the most current TTC and Toronto publications on transit priority lanes. Nowhere in any of these do I find the mention of what kind of red paint or pigment will be used to make these lanes. From February 24th of this year, Commissioner Aisley said he won't ride his bike down Morningside Avenue in the red lanes when it's wet. So if this is slippery for a 12 or 18 meter bus on Morningside, now imagine the toboggan hill on Bathurst Street south of St. Clair. The red paint we have used in the past could turn this into a giant slip and slide. Again, February 24th, TTC staff committed to having a conversation with the city on the paint issue. At the March Executive Committee, TTC staff was present, but no questions were asked of them, so it never got passed on. This board should put in writing the potential safety issues in just using paint without texture. This way the City Executive Committee knows what the TTC actually needs for these transit priority lanes. 5 years ago, back in the vid times, we were looking at these routes. It's my understanding that one or more local councillors wasn't in favor of this transit project. So now we're here. The plans are to Red Road Bathurst from Eglinton south to the Harbourfront Exhibition streetcar right-of-way. This affects 2 TTC routes, the 7 Bathurst and the 511. The plan is to Red Road Dufferin from Eglinton to Exhibition. This only affects the 29 series of bus routes, the 29 Dufferin Express, the 29 Dufferin, and the 29 Blue Knight, or 329 Blue Knight. Why not extend Dufferin Rapid-TO lanes to Wilson Station? We're already 80% there. The Rapid-TO lanes would now be extended from the current planned terminus at Eglinton all the way up to Wilson Station. Wilson Avenue could also get the red TO curbside lanes from Dufferin to Transit Road. Using the proper transit signal priorities would now allow left turns from the curb lane at Dufferin and Transit Road to speed up traffic. This would give the 29 Rapid-TO bus route connectivity to lines 1, 5, 2, and the new line 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Does anybody have any questions for the Deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Philippe Panitasiou for TTC Riders.
Am I audible?
Yep. Go ahead, Philip. You have 5 minutes.
So, good afternoon, councillors. My name is Philip Panitasiou. I'm a resident of Ward 25 Scarborough Rouge Park, but I've been a semi-regular user of Bathurst Corridor in order to access work training at TTC's Hillcrest Complex, for biweekly healthcare appointments, and to visit friends in that end of the city. I'm here with TTC Riders in order to support the proposed designs for transit priority measures on Bathurst and Dufferin, but also the rest of the Rapid-TO corridors more broadly. According to the TTC's operating statistics, the proposed Bathurst route moves a lot of people, 35,000 per week by bus and streetcar combined. Dufferin moves 40K daily. These numbers are over what the Scarborough Line 3 SRT was moving in a weekday just before its closing in 2023, or around 23,000 a day. I fail to see why such presently high-use corridors shouldn't receive the full treatment for transit priority. I've lost insane amounts of time on Bathurst, especially heading north, often just due to buses stuck in dense traffic needing to merge around parked vehicles. In many cases and times, the route is already functionally a two-lane road carrying the same amount of traffic. And these sorts of delays are before the FIFA World Cup, which will only make use of transit and congestion even worse. Additionally, as a former student at UTSC, I've had the opportunity to experience riding and going to school near the existing Eglinton East Rapid TO route. As I've said countless times before and won't tire of saying, the extra approximately 10 minutes this route was able to save me on average on an express bus between campus and Kennedy Station is a lifesaver for long commutes involving Line 2. Rapid TO lanes are and will continue to be huge for the largely suburban population of the rest of the city, which is heavily bus reliant. Ensuring the lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin go through as planned sets a strong case for the further advancement of other proposed lanes, namely Jane Street, Steeles West Avenue, or in Scarborough, Finch East and Lawrence East, which intersect into my neighborhood. Rapid TO is now 5 years old as a proposition, which would be long past the point of public consultation, frankly, for many of these corridors. The city is growing, and we're not catching up fast enough to accommodate new transit riders. I do want to remind the board of the analogy of an electoral system as a bus full of people. If a minority is to vote to drive off a cliff, that will affect the majority whether everybody likes it or not. This is not to say that concerns I've heard while listening to other residents and users of Bathurst Street at public consultations aren't valid. There are some very genuine ones regarding businesses being able to offload product or accessibility vehicles accessing curbs at times. And I'm sure that reasonable compromises can be determined later on when and where curbs can be used for loading or offloading. However, whether the board and then the executive committee end up approving these lanes in most of their current design does set a precedent for how seriously the city intends to take the rest of the Rapid TO project. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that the Board of Commissioners should support the bus lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin as presently designed, as well as to hasten the timelines for lanes on Jane Street, Finch Avenue, Lawrence Avenue, and Steeles Avenue. Comprehensive surface transit is still incredibly important to making sure transit as a whole can induce demand can be made for transit. This implementation of these two individual corridors would be amazing, but it would not be functional without the bigger picture if it's not repeated on multiple corridors. It must be comprehensive, I want to repeat. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Philip. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? Commissioner Bravo?
Thank you for your deputation. When you say adopt as designed, are you referencing or thinking about other transportation needs that might exist? For example, managing traffic to go into neighborhoods, thinking about some of the more local needs with respect to other transportation uses, or are you speaking broadly to the vision and the reiteration of what was adopted previously, and then to make sure that this project goes forward?
I believe the latter, because what I've seen in public consultations regarding new left turns or changing where left turns or restricting turns entirely at certain intersections seems, it doesn't seem like it's going to impact the lane's efficiency
Thank you
anymore
very
than they're
much.
set. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Next, we have August Pernath for TTC Riders. August, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, members of the Commission. My name is August Pernath, and I'm a member of TTC Riders. We're a grassroots organization fighting for better transit across all of Toronto. We, of course, fully support long overdue transit priority lanes and other measures on Dufferin and Bathurst Street to address reliability and congestion. We ask the members of the TTC Board to endorse the recommendations of the report advance planning and consultations on other rapid-tier corridors, as the previous deputant mentioned, and develop a broader approach to transit priority across the city to get more riders out of traffic while leveraging service to optimize the benefits of these dedicated transit lanes. Transit priority lanes will bring much needed reliability, with a 17 to 19% increase in reliability on Bathurst and Dufferin. Furthermore, it will simultaneously get riders out of traffic congestion and improve trip times by 29 to 34%, while saving money for the TTC. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. This is a proven measure that works to address service issues and attract new riders onto transit, as we've seen on King Street, St. Clair, and on Eglinton East. Myself and several of our volunteers have gone out and spoken to hundreds of people waiting at transit stops along Bathurst and Dufferin in the past 2 weeks. There is unanimous agreement that transit service on these streets today is inadequate. It's too slow, it's too crowded, waiting too long, it's unpredictable. And almost everyone we spoke to were in support of these transit-only lanes. While canvassing in front of Dufferin Station, people waiting for the 29 were overflowing onto narrow, overcrowded sidewalks. Many were frustrated at the unpredictable gaps in service and having to miss several buses because it's too crowded to get on. So many people rely on these buses and streetcars to get to work, school, care, and community, and they help keep the city going. I've already spoken personally in the past about my own experiences growing up on Jane Street and taking the 35 bus, and I'm all too familiar with how important transit is to our working class communities, but also how transit has really failed to move us. We see other parts of the city with subway systems connecting them to downtown pretty quickly, but when you live out in Jane Street or if you live out in Scarborough, you live on Dufferin Street, you also depend on transit a lot in these communities, but the service just isn't the same. And this kind of project really helps bring that service to a much more fair level. Once again, we urge members of the board to endorse this report to advance the implementation of transit priority measures as soon as possible in Dufferin and Bathurst. The benefits are immense. We want to see expedited timelines for transit priority lanes on Jane, Finch East, Steeles West, and Lawrence East. Over 150,000 people depend on these 4 corridors every day across Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York, and these improvements were promised to be in place years ago. We also want to see a holistic citywide approach to transit priority, addressing reliability and service issues across the entire streetcar and bus network, including reviewing existing headways on these lines to ensure that the dedicated lanes reach their maximum potential. As I mentioned earlier, dedicated transit lanes will save the TTC money. That could be reinvested into service frequency to further grow ridership and make the most out of these dedicated lanes. Because when people in cars see a bus whizzing by every 5 minutes in the lane next to them, that's the best advertisement to get more people onto the TTC. Thank you for your time. This is probably my up-teen time speaking about transit-only lanes here. And I've joked to my friends that I'm going to retire and live peacefully once these transit-only lanes are finally installed. I truly, truly hope you endorse them. I'm very excited to see them coming soon. Thank you.
Thank you, August. Commissioner Bravo, you have a question?
Thank you. You mentioned that you talked to people at Dufferin Station, and one of the messages that's been put out there in the community in Davenport is that these riders are from elsewhere. Can you comment on how many people you talked to who indicated they were residents, and in general, out of TTC riders citywide, is there a big representation of people volunteering in your group who are from Davenport?
Yeah, we have lots and lots of members who live in Davenport, and a lot of people we talk to live right on Dufferin Street or in apartment buildings right off Dufferin Street. They would just walk into the bus or the subway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff? Vice Chair Mihevik?
Yes, just one question. And it's as much, I think, to the City of Toronto. I understand Jacqueline is here somewhere. So how are you dealing with left turns and right turns for vehicular traffic?
Thank you for the question. The answer depends on the intersection. The proposal includes a number of turn restrictions, either extending existing turn restrictions or putting in place new ones. However, we are continuing to review the recommendations that are in the initial proposal that we're consulting on based on local resident feedback in order to inform what will ultimately be as part of the turn restriction package proposed to Executive Committee in the report that follows. So it does include quite a few turn restrictions in order to keep all traffic moving as well as improve the reliability of transit on the routes.
Great, so that's still to come. Okay, that's, well, I'll ask this as well. There is call it a public perception problem here. How is it, and I'm wondering if there's any thought given to call it best public education strategies to deal with the perception that you are increasing mobility by restricting a lane of vehicular traffic. It seems so counterintuitive that, and certainly I faced that on St. Clair years and years ago. Like, how do you explain that thing that isn't immediately obvious? Oh, there you are.
I think Josh Cole would like to start on that answer.
Through the chair, and happy if Jacqueline wants to chime in. It's an excellent question, and so one of the things that we need to be doing with these initiatives is, of course, communicating it, but also having data behind it. And so we need to measure success in a variety of different ways. And so, of course, moving a bus faster is one of those. But I think we have to be open and transparent. What we're trying to do through these consultations and then how we would report on this is to make sure that we're showing the other benefits and in some cases other impacts to all modes and all users, and so that people can have a clearer sense of what the aggregated benefits and impacts are. But to your point, I think this is a bit of an education and a long game in terms of conveying to people what these benefits are. We'd also like to think that with some of the incremental progress we've made on Spadina, most recently, and on King Street, that people can see those benefits. And more than any data, more than any comms campaign, people actually being on a bus moving faster is the most compelling piece of education we have.
I would add that as a transportation services division at the city and as the city's priorities overall are about congestion management, we know, especially in urbanized places like along Dufferin and along Bathurst, that we cannot add more capacity. The locations of buildings are fixed. We know we need to move more people. And so part of the equation is about looking at how do we move the most amount of people more efficiently, and moving people on transit is a key part of that. Communicating it is partly also about demonstrating that while there may be some impacts to people driving in private vehicles, the attraction of more ridership to transit vehicles is part of that overall end game. And it does. Our numbers at this point show and forecast that we would have people driving taking about the same amount of time that it would take for people on transit. So really just equalizing the playing field in terms of the trips along the corridor.
Next, we have Commissioner Osborne, then Commissioner Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question I have is actually Alan's question. Was there consideration given to starting the northern end at Wilson?
Ultimately, through the city's service transit network plan, the segments to look at for rapid CO implementation are longer, but the council direction was to focus on Eglinton southbound, and that the priority for implementation to support FIFA would be from Bloor South.
Thank you. Next question. And I actually think these things are great. I think we need more, but my questions sort of hit some of the puts and takes that we're going to have on switching this city infrastructure over to dedicated bus lanes. The first question I have is the notion that the vehicles that are on there now, those who do not decide to opt for the transit solution, who are still in their cars, are going to have to find somewhere else to go. And is it not fair to say that one of the places that drivers on Bathurst might look is Dufferin, and vice versa, that one of the places that drivers on Dufferin might look is Bathurst? And I'm just wondering how we're going to manage all that excess vehicular traffic that's got fewer options.
That's certainly a fair point, and that's why that looking at these projects at the same time, while it may be counterintuitive, we've modeled them together to understand the impacts to each in parallel. Drivers will choose to either stay on the route if that's where their destination makes the most sense, but alternative routes is not the only diversion we expect. We also expect that some people will change the time of day. They choose to travel to a time that has less volume where people have that opportunity to do so. Not everyone does. And we certainly, over time, will expect to see some mode shift.
Okay, and my last question, and it relates to what I've just talked about and other things. Do we have any sort of minimum thresholds of performance? We say we're going to save our bus passengers X minutes per full-length trip, and we will measure these things either in the minutes of time they spend getting from end to end or the average speed. We sometimes talk about average speed on the route. And I would love to have us put our money where our mouth is. So in other words, if we don't hit those thresholds, that we return that infrastructure back to the city. And I'm wondering if there has been any thought on that, number one, and if there is, do we have the standards, the minimum targets articulated for the service improvements that we'd like to see on that, on those two routes?
Through the chair, so we have modeled out those service improvements that we would experience on those routes, and any other routes we would look at, we would do the same type of analysis to determine whether the investment was worthwhile. So we don't have a threshold or a minimum by which we would say, okay, let's pass on this one, but that's how we would prioritize one route over another and why certain ones are being advanced before other corridors in the city. So that continues. The other thing I should add is that the monitoring begins when the intervention or the innovation has been implemented. And so the intent would be we'd be able to report back regularly on whether the performance is actually meeting what was modeled and projected coming out of what might be approved at council. In terms of returning it back to another use, we don't have a provision for that, but we've seen in the city before where certainly that can be the will of council to do that. But the numbers will be there and be very transparent to see how these are performing and if they're delivering the benefits that they projected to.
So my question, I don't know who I asked this to, is it possible for us to commit to that we believe this is going to work and your targets may not be the same as what we would still consider to be an acceptable improvement? So if we could articulate that minimum, could we then say that if we do not hit those numbers that we acknowledge this was a good idea, it just didn't work? Is it possible to go into this with that in mind?
Through the chair, we can certainly build out the data framework to make sure that we have the analysis available. I think it would then be up to City Council to decide if they wanted to kind of ring fence this as a project so that there was that kind of that off-ramp if the analysis didn't bring the desired results.
So I'm just clarifying, even though it's not really a question. What you're saying is it's not ours to set, it's the city's purview.
Through the chair, yes, okay. But we often ask the city things through it, but yeah, it ultimately would be the city's purview.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Next we have Commissioner Malik, then Commissioner Bravo, then Commissioner Sachs.
We don't usually get to turn on our microphones ourselves at council,
yeah.
so it's very exciting. Thank you very much. So just echoing some of the questions that have already been raised, I've gotten a lot of outreach about the proposal in front of us from my neighborhoods. I know we are looking to endorse today. I'd like to hear a little bit or the rationale or the thinking behind endorsing today when there is still ongoing consultations which will impact the final implementation of these lanes.
Through the chair, the plan for the consultation that I think is underway right now included trying to get to this board earlier than later, recognizing ultimately council will decide. But the decision was made to obviously get here in advance of council, but also to make sure that commissioners had an opportunity to shape this, shape the consultation if need be, shape what recommendations went to council, so to get it here as soon as possible. And I know through part of that, consultation was done with councillors whose wards are affected by these changes too, to kind of share that roadmap and that plan. And so really it was a matter of trying to get here for an update as soon as we could, so that we could get feedback and shift direction or influence any recommendations that this board eventually brings to council.
Okay, I guess, I think it's a very understandable concern that has been brought to us around the timing of this here at the TTC Commission Board, the ongoing consultation, and when this lands in the City Council Committee cycle. And I just want to make sure that that has been a proper consideration from the TTC.
Yeah, again, and through the chair, 100%, and we hear that, and we know consultations going on right now while we're here. The intent was, again, to get feedback from this body in advance of consultation being completed and in advance of this going to council. We recognize ultimately this is a council decision. These are city-led projects. But there was a desire from board members and others to make sure that they got an opportunity to opine on this as early as possible, and not as it was kind of a, so to speak, a done deal and going to council. So that was the effort was made to bring it here early.
On the timing piece, I know we're trying to get both Bathurst and Dufferin in place before the FIFA World Cup lands in 2026. There'll be critical routes for people to get around the city, to the matches, to the stadium, to FanFest, and to all the places that they want to enjoy the games. Can you please share some of the preparations and the work that is underway to kind of align the planning with what we're anticipating for FIFA?
Through the chair, our planning for FIFA is beginning to ramp up. Part of that is actually a dedicated position that was approved by this board in our budget. And so that person is going to be coming on soon. And so what we're looking to do is make sure around our service planning and all of our other points of contact with the World Cup, around the World Cup with the city, has kind of a one window here at the TTC. And what we're also beginning to do now is between the city and the TTC, beginning to ramp up those conversations. So as far as, corridors on Bathurst and Dufferin and how that feeds into it, 100% that will be part of it, but it's a bigger picture than that too, as you mentioned. There's lots of destinations and points around the city that people will be wanting to get to, and so we're beginning to build that plan. Key to it is kind of bringing in that dedicated resource who has experience both in service planning and large major events, so they can kind of be the point person on that for the TTC.
And when will that dedicated position be in place?
My understanding is that the final interview is happening about like as we speak almost.
So by the end of the month?
Yeah. I'm getting a nod from the hiring person, think by the end of the month.
All right, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. Next, we have Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you. I also am enjoying turning on my mic. We're not used to it when we're in this chamber. So my first questions are for transportation services. I understand that you're bringing forth a report to include how consultation around this project will be incorporated into the final design. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have active consultation. Our team was at a meeting last night. I was at a meeting with the team on Monday night. So meetings are continuing throughout this week and into next, and a survey with thousands of respondents already is been out and will continue to be out for another week or so. So the refined recommendation will be based on any adjustments to our recommendation from feedback we've heard, and that would be what would be brought to executive committee.
Thank you. I'll be attending the in-person ones, 4 hours each this week and next week. Would you agree that while we may be endorsing the overall route today, there's still work to do on how this project will be implemented? We heard today around exact pavement markings, signage, etc.
Yes, I would go so far as to say there are some locations where loading will still need to be allowed at the corridor, along the corridor, or accessible spaces need to be maintained. Some things will be changed, and there may be some segments that the appropriate phasing needs to be confirmed before delivery takes place, with a slightly adjusted timeline depending on what else is going on in the vicinity in that neighborhood. So this is an active refinement, and endorsement in principle would be taken as that.
Thank you. My next questions are for TTC staff. Would you say that TTC is committed to working with city staff to ensure that all consultation is listened to as part of the development of this final plan?
Through the chair, 100%. We want this feedback. It will change what we eventually bring to City Council. That consultation and the input from it will be considered, and it will factor into what our recommendations are.
One of the pain points, I think, for a street like Dufferin is that there's a lot of that's lacking there. And would you say that TTC is committed to working with the city to ensure that the adjacent corridor sidewalks and other parts of the public realm are improved through this project, bringing a better street at the same time that we're improving the 29 and the 929?
Through the chair, we're certainly committed to work with the city on that, and we think that the overall project will add to beautify both corridors.
And will the savings realized by having fewer buses sitting in transit, is that going to be reinvested into improving service on the actual routes where the savings are to come from? For example, will the TTC keep track of savings from the faster service on Dufferin and increase service on the 29 and 929 as demand increases?
Through the chair, our plan is to reinvest any operational savings and dollar savings that we might realize back into these routes. We actually think that would be a good problem to have if the performance improves, speeds improve. We expect ridership to increase. In the case of both corridors, over 20%. And so the intent is to reinvest those dollars back into these routes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not sure who wants to answer this one. One of the questions that I thought was least well answered at the public consultation is, why do we have to ban parking at night? I think most people understand why parking on arterial streets in the day is a problem, although not everybody likes the idea. But what people absolutely couldn't understand is, why do we have to ban parking at night when there's light traffic? I understand there's a problem with compliance if we sometimes allow cars and sometimes don't. But is there any option that would allow us to give bus and streetcar priority from 6 in the morning till 9 or 10 at night, but allow parking overnight? Is it possible? Has anybody in the world done it successfully?
We're kind of staring at each other from across a crowded room here, but
Councillor, you're right that through the chair, Councillor, you're right that and Commissioner Sachs, the time of day concern is primarily an enforcement issue when you talk about the middle of the night. No, there isn't a traffic problem at the middle of the night, but if the time-based restrictions are much harder to be effective. That being said, some people interpret that as being why don't we just have peak period restrictions, which are much more typical for other types of traffic regulations on the road. And Stephanie has some examples that could speak to that, because this is not a peak period problem.
Sure. Through the chair.
I'm not asking, but just asking. Well, let me try again. How much of the benefit that we're trying to achieve could be achieved just by the turn restrictions that are proposed and banning on-street parking, say 6 in the morning? How much the benefit that we want would that do?
through the chair, we'd have to we can get that to you. I don't know if we can express it in a percentage of, that savings or minutes, but clearly by getting buses moving at the most kind of congested times, that is where the most benefit is realized. But we can work to get a breakdown of what is yielded kind of by day versus overnight in terms of that benefit, but we just don't have that readily available.
I think it would also be quite challenging to message in terms of the communications aspect of this, that a red lane is what we're proposing here. It's a very clear demarcation. And if a red lane is only in effect at certain times of day, the paint doesn't go away at night, and it doesn't show that very well. So from a communications perspective, it's also very difficult to manage with residents.
That I understand. Have you considered something that's slightly different? Red stripes, again, there's very strong resistance in my community about why parking is banned all night. And so I'm wondering if are there any technical alternatives to work, and if you don't know right now, will you?
I will say that parking is not currently allowed overnight. It's only a 3-hour allowance. So anyone who's parking overnight for the duration of the entire night is not parking legally today.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you. Alan's point about the red paint being slippery, there's a really big hill. Can we make the paint less slippery?
The paint issue is something we've certainly looked at, because I know with the delivery in Scarborough, there was one location on a crest that was a concern for TTC operators. That has been addressed in the product that we use. It does have a friction in it, but we do recommend that in the case of locations with large grades, that we have a break in the paint so that it's staggered and there is a little bit more friction with the asphalt being exposed itself. So that is something that we're aware of, we've looked at, and we believe we have a good solution.
Okay. When cars are turning left in the locations where left turns are permitted, so how do you propose to manage the left turn? Are they turning in front of the streetcar? I'm thinking about the streetcar lanes because they're in the city. So the car is going to be to the right of the street. How are you proposing to manage those left?
So where a left turn would be permitted, they would be allowed to be making a left turn in front of the streetcar. They could enter for the purposes of turns, and that goes for right turns as well. Where a right turn is permitted, but there's a red curb lane, people are still permitted to go into the lane to make a right turn or enter driveways, and we would have breaks in the paint to help convey that message as well.
Professor Miller told us earlier that his set of models could be very helpful in helping us minimize the pain to residents and businesses that is incurred from this kind of change. Is there budget to have to do that work?
Through the chair, we're happy to talk to Dr. Miller about that to get information. So can't speak to what the budget would be on what he would be able to provide for us, but we're happy to do that follow-up.
We've also heard a lot about how better transit benefits drivers. And again, we've got that here. Again, what I'm hearing from my community predominantly is about parking. And I know parking drives everybody crazy, but displacing a large number of parking spaces from Bathurst when the neighboring communities are already areas of high parking is a challenge. I know that you said in the report that there'd be off-street Greenpeace spot available, but for example, between Bloor and DuPont, what are people supposed to do? What is the plan for accommodating the displaced parking?
Through the chair, Commissioner, we're actively working with communities on feedback of that. In particular for Dufferin Street, which I know is not what you're asking about specifically, we have a permit parking situation. So it's a very different kind of allocation that we need to make sure we're managing properly. It's not entirely dissimilar to making sure that local businesses have space for loading or drop off. Parking is a little bit more able to be accommodated on alternate streets when it's not permit parking. And so we will continue to review that through the feedback before we bring our report to executive committee. I don't have a full answer for you today.
Thank you. Well, that was your last question.
I'll have more questions.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
Thanks, Chair Myers. Can you hear me? I've switched to my headphones.
We can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to echo Commissioner Osborne's point around getting metrics and ensuring that we find a way to measure this pilot. It feels irresponsible if we don't have a measurement system, or at least what good looks like. So just want to put that out there. I do have questions, which I will jump into now. As it relates to some of the stakeholders, and we've spoken about some of these stakeholders, those who are looking to park, potentially business owners that may have some conflicts of loading for their businesses, and I'm sure there are others. It would just be good to understand some of the ideas that we currently have in the hopper on how we address that. And the second thing is my worry is always around the TTC being vilified for an action that, and I think as our vice chair mentioned earlier, it feels counterintuitive when you've got one lane dedicated to transit, though it has all these great benefits for the wider Toronto ecosystem. So I'm curious to know what sort of communication plan or strategy we are going to put in place so that we at least subdue some of the critics that we're going to get with a strategy like this.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think it's important, and was just talking about this with Commissioner Osborne. We have to communicate the benefits to both our customers and what they would get from this and initiatives like this, and I guess transit in general, and to the wider city, the kind of a wider audience. And so we're looking at doing that in a number of ways, and this is not just about kind of red lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin. And so to start to utilize, which we do, but kind of maybe more impactfully, some of the platforms we have, whether it be social media, in our vehicles, at our stations, using some of our kind of champions out there to better communicate some of the benefits of transit. And with a project like this, and a perfect example was the report we were presented earlier by U of T. How do we amplify that so it's not just kind of preaching to the converted or to the to this audience? And so we're actively looking at ways of how we might amplify that and augment some of the messaging we're getting out there. We'll have a dedicated, though, campaign around this initiative should it be advanced by City Council.
Does this impact initiatives like Cafe TO?
There are no cafe TOs on these segments of Bathurst or Dufferin.
Got it. Okay, fair enough. And in terms of other stakeholders, when we mentioned business owners who may want to do any loading or working with other vendors, what's sort of the approach there if they're trying to load during the day, or will that not be allowed any longer and you'll have to load at off period times?
We're actively looking at that in terms of loading. Some loading will need to be allowed for times of day, so we need to talk to those adjacent businesses about appropriate times, and obviously staying out of peak so that when the bus needs to be at its most efficient, that still is available. In terms of the earlier question on parking at the outset of your questions, one of the tools that we use is looking at utilization. So how much of that, there may be a number of spaces possible, but how much of it is actually being used, and making sure we're planning for where alternate places people can park in a reasonable walking distance to the destinations that they're trying to get to. We're not trying to necessarily replace every possible spot. It's about ensuring that we're supplying for utilization rates.
Got it. And last question, but and pardon my ignorance, but remind me again why Jane wasn't chosen as part of this.
Through the chair, we continue to look at Jane and do work there. We've been very active in the community and got a lot of feedback, and sort of processing that feedback. We think the case is still very compelling on Jane. We've given an alternate proposal on Jane to kind of the more conventional rapid TO. Again, getting more feedback on that, and so right now we're processing that to see where that might land.
And sorry, one last.
And sorry, if I could just add, and also these are here too through the chair. There is a bit of an urgency on these two in particular because of the World Cup, and so that's what's accelerated these somewhat.
And I assume that you're also having conversations with the likes of Toronto Western Hospital, for example. And I'm curious to know what plan or what you've conceived for making that relationship work, given that that's, obviously an important piece of infrastructure for the city.
Through the chair, yes, we have had conversations we are omitting that area from our design at the moment because there is construction in front of the hospital. So we want to have that construction finish and then we will reassess. So as part of this proposal, you won't see any disruption in that area.
Noted. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale. Any other questions? You want to do a second round? Okay, I'll ask my questions then. So my first question is on the accessible parking spaces that are going to remain. How many accessible parking spots are we talking about?
Through the chair, we'll just get, you want to hold on that one? We'll get it too.
So while you're getting that answered, was there any work done to see if those accessible parking spots are still being used by their intended users?
Yes, to the chair, that we're actively looking at ensuring that the residents who requested those accessible spots continue to live there, continue to need them, because our intention is to have all accessible spots that continue to be needed to remain as part of the design. But if no one's using that spot anymore because they've moved on in life, then we wouldn't be providing for that spot.
And then when this was presented to the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, I noted that the accessible spots are all very close to smaller side streets. Was there any thought given to moving them off of the priority bus lanes and putting them on the smaller side streets?
No, for the purposes of maintaining the direct access for accessibility, we intend to recommend to keep them on Dufferin or Bathurst.
And is that safe when you have the buses going at accelerated rates of speed and you have people with certain accessibility needs getting on and off of, getting in and out of vehicles?
They would continue to be getting in and out of vehicles at curbside, and bus operators are very skilled at managing unexpected curbside activity.
Okay. And that's it for me. Thank you very much. I'm just waiting for my answer on the number of accessible spots. In the meantime, do you want to go?
We have it. Through the chair, it's 5 on Dufferin and 2 on Bathurst.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Osborne, second round.
Yeah, are wheel-trans vehicles allowed access on these transit-only lanes?
Through the chair, yes, they are.
And that includes the taxis?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. How about emergency vehicles? That's just out of curiosity. When I think it was Fenton mentioned the hospital, I'm just...
Yeah, through the chair, emergency vehicles could also benefit from these lanes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. To speak, I have first Commissioner Malik, and you have a motion?
Thank you very much, and I do have a motion, and it should be up there. It is that the Toronto Transit Commission Board direct that the Chief Strategy and Customer Experience Officer, in collaboration with FWC 26 Toronto Secretariat, report back on all transit-related deliverables as part of planning for FIFA World Cup 2026 in Toronto. Updates should include the latest information on service planning, capital projects, and communication, including budgets and timelines, and report back on a quarterly basis starting Q3 of 2025. And it's pretty comprehensive, the purpose behind this motion, and I thank TTC staff for working with me in moving this forward. I'd also like to thank staff for moving forward these priority bus lanes. We've heard, even with the really good questions and the close look that this is going to take, that these are the types of measures that we need to be moving forward in order to make sure that as many Torontonians as possible are able to get to where they need to go in a reliable way, and to make sure that that experience is a convenient and enjoyable one. As we see in multiple reports at today's meeting, making transit more efficient and reliable is good for our city, for our economy, for access to this service, and we want to continue to be moving this forward, again, in a thoughtful way. And that does mean that the consultation the approval of an endorsement by this commission and how this lands at executive and to council have to be in alignment, and that we can reassure our communities, our residents, transit users, that their input, their feedback, their experiences are going to be at the heart of our planning and making these efforts a success. We just went through a painful few months on Bathurst Street of construction, and I know in my downtown neighborhoods, we're looking forward to see the streetcar back and to make sure that it's also more predictable. And we do not want to go backwards on those incredible efforts that were made. And as we prepare to welcome the world to our city in 2026, we want to make it clear that the TTC is the best way to get around, and that we need to move forward on endorsing these really important efforts, and that our communities can be heard, and we can do some really big, ambitious things. We were able to demonstrate what that looks like last year in collaboration with the TTC and preparing for the city to welcome an incredible influx of visitors around Taylor Swift, and I'm very confident about what we can do as we move forward. I have heard very serious concerns about turn restrictions and other challenges, especially when it comes to the segments of these routes in our downtown communities. And I am looking forward to continuing to work through those issues with the TTC and with city staff. And we as a board need to better understand how our system is preparing to welcome FIFA World Cup, but also what is our continued learning in hosting these big events, and how critical our public transit system is to that. I'm looking forward to my fellow commissioners supporting the motion today and for our continued work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. Does anyone have questions to clarify the motion? Nope. Seeing none, we will now go to Vice Chair Mihevc, and you have a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The motion is before you, and it's pretty simple. It's that request staff to develop baseline metrics and data that will be useful in evaluating the success of the Transit Priority Initiative. I'm sure you're already doing that, but this is to be really emphatic around it. And just to speak to that and a few other points, my interest, and I think the TTC's interest here, is that we really do a good job with this project, and that we, as a city, thereafter, embrace BRT as a way of doing public transit business. That it is something that we will eventually see, maybe not in the next few years, but certainly in the medium term, that we'll see in Scarborough, we'll see in North York, we'll see in Etobicoke. It is a proven strategy in many, many countries and big cities in the world. In fact, there's a correlation. The cities that can really, really afford and have lots of money and are really intensely developed do subways if they have a lot of money. If they are not so wealthy, what do? They do BRTs, because they have to move a lot of people. And BRTs in Lima, in Nairobi, these are some of the cities that, you know, I have a peripheral knowledge of. That's what they do. They put in BRTs. And we are shy of it because of a certain way of thinking how mobility happens. The problem that we have, I'm fairly confident that staff will get the technicalities down right. Everything from, you know, left turns, right turns, hours of operation, the color of the paint, its stickiness or non-stick. You'll get that right. That part I don't think we need to worry about. Our challenge is going to be the selling of this to the public, because BRTs that are newly created are counterintuitive. You're taking away a lane of traffic and you're achieving more mobility? How the hell does that make sense? It doesn't make sense at first glance. You need to kind of dig into the numbers. And, well, I do have a slide. Is it possible, I'm not sure if there's a techie person here who can get that thing. I want to show an overhead that I show my class at university. Is it possible to get
Pause
that
your
going?
time.
You just put it on? Works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'll tell you, when you point out the problem, the kind of problem of imagination that sometimes folks have around this, we have to shift the conversation around cars and buses to around throughput. How many people can you move through this restricted area per hour? That's the key measurement to me, and that's the measurement that if you go to 100 classes of transit mobility, you'll find this slide will be the teaching tool that people use to help students at least understand how mobility really works. Because this is an exercise not in TTC planning, not in auto planning, but in mobility planning. And that's why I think we need to help it to happen. And now I'm dragging my feet so that the slide can go up, but it doesn't matter. Okay, well, eventually maybe the slide will go up, but hopefully it will be helpful. But all to say that I think the public education part is the real heavy-duty part that I think we need to do. And I know staff have begun that thinking on it, maybe are deeply into thinking about it, but that's where I think the rubber is going to hit the road. It's around community acceptance. And believe me, it's a tough one. It's like shelters. Everyone supports work for the homeless, but not in my ward. Everyone supports better TTC, but just don't do those kinds of things in my area. And so I think that's frankly the big challenge. And I certainly experienced that on St. Clair. And I hope that people, if we hang together as a TTC and as a council, can help a Toronto that might be resistant to this to understand that it's the best thing for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions seeking clarification on the motion? No. Seeing none, we will go to Commissioner Sachs. You have a motion?
I have a motion. My motion, which is coming shortly, I think, is simply to require the TTC to do what Mr. Cole has already told us it intends to do. This is an issue that has come up in several of the public consultations where, and it's supported by some of the information from the TTC to say, look how much money we'll save. If this is about saving money for the TTC, as opposed to improving service for riders, my constituents are going to have a meltdown. I mean, a lot of them are having a meltdown anyway. But there are real disadvantages to some people. You know, maybe a small minority compared to the number of people who benefit, but small businesses along Bathurst, a number of people who live on Bathurst, for them, this will be a real change. And for some of the small businesses that cater specifically to seniors and disabled, it's a real challenge for them. And the putting up with a personal disadvantage is hard enough when there's a visible public benefit. Faster streetcars, a streetcar every few minutes, reliable headways, and faster trips. That's a benefit that people can understand and appreciate. But if we don't get that, if all we're doing is pocketing the money, I think this is dead in the water. So that's the purpose of my motion. I didn't make a motion on this, but I am asking and encouraging staff to work with our university partners. And if there is anything else we can do to reduce pain for those who are adversely affected, and I'm thinking particularly of the people who live right along Bathurst or, you know, just adjacent to it and are going to be affected by infiltration and parking conflicts, what can we do to minimize the pain for those folks? These are areas that are already burning with disputes over traffic, burning with disputes over parking, in some cases burning with disputes about things they think are caused by bike lanes, and are really, really hypersensitive to the idea that more traffic/parking pain is going to be imposed on them, allegedly for the public benefit. So anything that we could do to reduce that pain, to make the benefits clearer and more widely shared, would improve our ability to get this done, improve our ability to keep it in place and not get rolled back, reduce the risk of a major blowback. And so I'm asking that we use all our partners, all our tools, all our ideas, anything else that other people are doing, because this is a very intense problem for some people. And as we all know, when you get a small number of people who feel personally at risk, they can have a loud voice. Other than that, I know that we have a motion coming, I think from Councillor Bravo, to make sure that we don't just send this to council. We send it to council subject to the consultation, which is underway right now. Right? It would be very difficult for us to go out to our communities and say, okay, we're listening to what you have to say, if we've already voted, made a decision without waiting for the consultation to happen. And so we have a timing challenge, and it really undermines the credibility of our consultation if we don't listen to people before we decide. So we've talked about how to manage that, recognizing that FIFA is unforgiving, is bearing down at us at a tremendous speed, and there isn't much time to get things done, but at least we have to make sure that no final decisions are made until we listen to see what people have to say, which is the forthcoming motion, which I want to support. And, you know, what I have been arguing and writing in favor of transit priority for many years. We do need to do it, but we need to do it in a way that minimizes the pain for as much as we can. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to all the staff for the hard work. And yes, we have to make this a success.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Does anybody have any questions seeking clarification? No? Okay, next we have Commissioner Bravo, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My motion is to amend recommendation 6 by adding forward this report and confidential attachment to City Council through Executive Committee for consideration after the completion of ongoing public consultation to be completed on May 26, 2025, alongside the complementary report from the General Manager of Transportation Services in summer 2025, which incorporates feedback into the design. I think a large part of the conversation we've just had is that what we do on city streets writ large, what transportation services does, and the priority of making sure that we create these priority bus lanes are intimately intertwined with the support that we'll have among city residents, and that these bus lanes have to be a success. We have to show a success because this is an ambitious plan to expand across the city, and we have to do everything we can to coordinate across two different entities, the City of Toronto and TTC, and have transportation services and TTC working hand in glove. You heard an answer from staff that there is that willingness to do that work. This essentially formalizes it so that when we have their executive meeting in June, we have the benefit of having received the information about how the consultation played out. I understand the importance of moving to meet the timelines that have been set for FIFA, and it is a sensible timeline and a sensible deadline, because that's a global event. It's going to bring a lot of people. But at the same time, we have to ensure that when people participate in good faith and give us their on-the-ground feedback, that we are able to say to them, yes, this will be part of the design. And I think that this accomplishes that. You know, I'm very supportive of this. I ride the 29 and the 929. You know, my stop is at St. Clair, and I go north and south on it. It's crucial that the slowest bus route in Toronto is faster. This is a spinal cord of my ward. My ward goes all the way from Eglinton to Queen. It's also, I think, a mobility spinal cord for the city and for people that come from outside the city in many ways. So we want to make sure that it's working for the mobility piece, and it's also an important opportunity to demonstrate how these projects can actually improve the community, the street in a larger way by really collaborating, so that when we say we're bringing a priority bus lane, we're actually talking about an opportunity to make this entire street better. Right now, it doesn't work for anyone. There's at times speeding, so it's very unsafe. We get lots of complaints and there've been a lot of incidents, accidents, near misses. At the same time, it doesn't work certainly for anyone who's riding transit. This is an opportunity that many residents see as a way to address that, the safety concerns, the noise concerns, and the public realm improvements. I think it's also really important, as Commissioner Malik indicated, that this is a time when a world event like FIFA comes to town. Like, there's usually a legacy that's left behind. This can be the legacy, but the legacy has to include uplifting the communities that are going to be the corridors that are going to be moving the participants who will attend the games. I also want to point out that the ground zero of sport for football in the world in Toronto is Davenport, so there'll be a lot of people locally who will be taking advantage of that. And for me, the consultation phase is really crucial in the sense that I will be knocking on every door on Dufferin in the next couple of weeks. I'm attending the meetings, and I think there are really important things that are being raised here on a street that has very narrow sidewalk, is a very old street. There's lots of homes on this street, many tenants, and there are no alleyways. There's no other way for people to access. There are really important questions about how will I grab my taxi, or how will I receive deliveries of, for example, when there's a renovation and I have some work, or there's some utility that has to be fixed. The loading zone question, and also the relocation of parking and addressing those legitimate parking concerns that are out there when there aren't that many choices. This isn't a corridor where there are many businesses. It really is an interesting place, the residential corridor. So I appreciate you take a look at it and hopefully support the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Bravo, any questions? No, seeing none. Anybody else would like to speak on this item? No? Okay. I will go next then. I just have a quick motion. So my motion simply says that TTC Board requests City Council to direct staff to explore opportunities to accelerate beautification of the public realm along Bathurst and Dufferin priority transit corridors in accordance with the recently approved Towards a Beautiful City, a Path Forward plan. And this is to address a lot of the comments about really getting the most out of this opportunity and seeing if we can't make some opportunities to improve the streetscaping and overall look and feel of the routes while we're making the transit go faster. And I also just want to say thank you to all the deputants that came out in support of this, and thank you to councillors Bravo, Sachs, Matlow, and Malik, who all have parts of this route in your wards and are all supportive of it, and I know are all working very hard to meet with your constituents and to get this important project moving forward. I think this is a big step forward. If once we get these 2 lanes in, this will represent a doubling of the priority bus lanes in Toronto, and there hasn't been a new one really since 2020, so there's a 5-year gap. So this is an important step forward, and I think it's a good win for transit. If there are any questions on my motion? No? I think we can take everything as a package, if everyone's okay with that. Okay. All those in favor of the motions? Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Thank you. Now we will go to the TTC commuter parking lot strategy, and we have a speaker on this item, Alan Yule. Please go ahead, Alan.
Just waiting for my screen to come up again. There we go. For the record, I'm not anti-car. I use a car, not as much as others, but I do use a car. Having done groceries by car, bus, and streetcar, I can say that using a car is much easier. Although it is fun taking a Christmas tree home on the subway. Unfortunately, this report only uses data from back in 2024. Remember, in 2024 was the start of TTC's participation in the One Fare program. Recommendation 2 in this report is in favor of downsizing Finch West and Pioneer Village station lots. The eventual opening of Line 6 and its increased service will likely lead to reduced needs for parking at this station. The 501 Zoom has 10 minutes or better weekday service between downtown Brampton and Line 1's VMC station. This plus the One Fare program is contributing to the reduced demand for parking in the 416 border station of Pioneer Village. Recommendation 3 concerns these 3 non-city owned lots. 4 of these non-city owned lots are underutilized or performing below target. Don Mills is also one of those 416 entry points, and the Viva bus goes in there, and One Fare affects those parking spaces. The 3 underutilized or below target lots, well, they have unreasonable walking distance from where you park to where the paid fare zone is on the subway. This is Finch Station East. This is where you pay your fare. Most of these lots have been around for decades. Some of these lots are even older than some of our TTC board members. Transit has evolved in the past 30, 40, and 50 years, so should our parking policy. We lost $4.9 million on these non-city owned lots. We spent $12.6 million to lose just under 5. Because most of these lots are in hydro corridors, they have the development potential of either parking spots or garden plots. We pay too much for these. Over the past 30 to 50 years, these garden plots have become cash cows for their landowners. $12.6 million is too much to pay. These 6,040 spaces only account for less than half a percentage point of our weekday ridership. The mayor is not a fan of proposed parking hike fees. I get that. Toronto has many specialized agencies that deal with things like electricity, transit, and parking. We don't generate our own electricity. Our specialty is transit. Other agencies deal better with outside parking and land arrangements. If these garden plots add very little to our overall ridership numbers. If they have value to the city, then the city, through the Toronto Parking Authority, should take them over. Just imagine what the TTC could do with an extra $12.6 million in next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Commissioner Jagdale, did you want to ask the question of the deputant, or did you want to ask questions of staff?
I have questions of staff,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Alan. Now we will go to questions with staff, and I'll start with Commissioner Jagdale.
Thanks, Chair Myers. Appreciate the report, folks. I have a couple of questions. So the land that these parking lots are on belong to the city. They don't belong to us, right? Sorry, stupid question, but I'm going to start with a couple.
Through the chair, it depends on the lot. Some are owned by Hydro One, and some of the land is owned by the city.
Okay, how do we determine what is low or below utilization? What's the threshold?
Through the chair, it is in the report, but what we do is for each of the lots, we go through and do an assessment of well utilized being a lot that has more than 71% of the spaces used. Below kind of the target is kind of half full to that 70%, and then underutilized would be less than half full.
Okay, and of the underutilized or less than half full parking lots, how many of those are under 30%?
Sorry, under 30%?
Utilization.
I might phone a friend on that one, so I'll come back to you with that. But just so you know, we do have some of the lots, some of those larger ones that are cited are very poorly utilized. So we do have that, and we'll get it for you.
Okay, so have we, Alan presents a great point. I mean, we continue to lose money on this asset, and I think we're sort of in the business on maximizing our utilization of our assets and our AOR. I'm curious, by my read, we're probably losing $5 million annually to parking lots that serve 2% of riders.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
It's 6 lots that are under 30%, and yes, your kind of dollar amount is correct. It's just under $5 million. terms of.
Okay,
what
so we're losing 5 million annually to potentially 2% of our riders.
Through the chair, we lose money on providing parking. We realize that for some people, it's a way to connect to transit. We also realize that that kind of way people use transit is changing. Also worth noting that just under half of these parkers are not City of Toronto residents.
Right. So what's stopping us from exiting these leases now rather than waiting for some sort of hypothetical redevelopment opportunity that may or may never materialize and just handing it over to the Toronto Parking Authority?
Through the chair, the Toronto Parking Authority manages these for us. We continue to own them, but what we're seeking from the board as a first step right now is to reduce the size of some of these lots. So that would have us renegotiating our deals with Hydro One, because we see take your point and see the need that we have extra capacity. So let's lessen the burden of what we're paying in lease agreements for these lots. Part of this report also had us increasing the rates modestly to, again, lessen that financial burden.
So I'm okay with the rate increases, but I suppose just why have a reduction versus just getting it off the books?
Through the chair, it's a fair question. I think we've taken, I guess, maybe a incrementalist approach here, and are recommending that this, we haven't done a review in over 5 or 6 years. We've now completed that review, and we think that the world has shifted in terms of the way they use our lots. And so let's begin that process of right sizing, and this is the first step along that journey.
Have we thought of potentially, and listen, this is a crazy idea, but could we potentially repurpose that lot for something else that potentially drives revenue for the city and the TTC, maybe retail operations, or standing up some sort of infrastructure that allows for vendors to come and sell things?
Through the chair, as part of our, we have considered that, and as part of our non-fair revenue report, we'll include that as one of the items where it may not be huge dollars, but there may be customer amenities where if it's pop-up retail, if it's a farmer's market, things like that, where at the very least, if we're not making significant dollars or additive dollars to it, we're providing benefits for our customers, animating the spaces. And if we're paying the lease anyways, why not look at those? So yeah, it's something we do want to look at.
And when's that coming to us, Josh?
If not next, I'm going to say June. I'm getting some, let's say June or July, but it's close.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Osborne?
Did I read in the report that we have not had a rate increase on these parking lots since, I think it was a dashed number, 2016 to 2018?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Do we have any idea what happened to parking rates over that period in lots that aren't operated or whatever, governed by the TTC?
Through the chair, we do, and I can't give you that number like as a macro rate, but what we've done through this exercise is for every lot we have, we've looked at comparable lots around them to make sure that we're more in line with what those increases will be. Having said that, we are still lower than every adjacent or nearby lot.
And I note that there are two that are just egregiously underutilized, one being Finch West, the other being Pioneer Village, where they're just basically hash marks compared to the capacity. So with reference to that, and the question I just asked about rates, I'm just curious why this is coming to the board, like why staff doesn't have the authority to be raising rates in a decade of existence, and why you just can't say we don't need acres of parking if there's 10 cars in there.
Through the chair, it is right now our policy is that this is something that would have to come to the board for approval. It's
just like it's practice. It's not just.
Through the chair, and we'll confirm, I believe it is actually TTC policy that a rate increase would come to the board.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just curious because it seems to me honestly like a no-brainer.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. I just had a few questions. Is there any reason why this, the parking strategy or the parking is just not taken over by TPA? Like, is there a reason why TTC is doing the parking strategy?
Through the chair, the TTC has had a kind of a long history of having commuter lots. It's just kind of, especially at the terminuses of our network. And so, you know, there was a time where very much that was one of our main feeders and dealt with first mile and last mile of getting people to public transit. And so we've had that historical kind of role in commuter parking. But we take your point, the TPA manages these lots. In most cases, they're not owned by us. And so it is a fair question to ask if this is the best governance model for this service.
Thank you. And I guess also, is there a reason why we didn't look at having market rates for the parking? They're still heavily subsidized, and they're being subsidized by transit riders.
Through the chair, it's a fair point. We're trying to kind of walk a bit of a fine line in terms of not impacting people who might use this as their way to connect to transit, while at the same time being competitive. But you're correct. These are below market rates in virtually every single instance.
Okay. And is there any way that we've looked at differentiating between someone who's parking in a parking lot because they're using transit versus someone who's parking there because it's heavily subsidized parking lot that's generally available?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a fair point. I mean, some people aren't using transit. They're just benefiting from beneficial rates. And so what we've done is we've done surveying, and we collect data to know what those rates are. But we currently don't have the ability to charge differently based on the parker that pays. If we had an integrated payment system in that front, then maybe we could, but right now we don't have the capacity to do that, capability to do that.
And do we know the percentage, the breakdown of people who are parking and then going on to transit versus people who are parking and just going on their business?
Yeah, we do have that breakdown, and I should say, still the great number of people who park in our lots are using it as part of their transit trip, but there is a percentage who don't. So we have all those breakdowns, and much of that's in the report, but that's something we continue to track to see how relevant this is for people's end-to-end journey.
Thank you very much. Question?
But just continuing from the questioning from Commissioner Osborne, you said that it was because of policy that this had to come to the board. Is there a way to change the policy so that it doesn't come to the board? Because I think these things are kind of like management items, and that if management were to take action, take the initiative, and then inform the board afterwards. And I'm speaking broadly too on a lot of other items that usually end up on the board's agenda that perhaps management can. And we talked about this last month as well, like when we were talking about the purchase of lubricants and the purchase of windshield wiper fluids. So again, I sound like a broken record.
Through the chair, we certainly take your point, and something we can look at if the board wishes us to see if this is something that should just be delegated to management.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? No? Okay, any speakers? No? Okay, I will speak. I have a motion. And this is a motion that I've worked on with the mayor and with staff, and that we change recommendation 1 to freeze the current parking rates at all commuter lots and conduct further analysis on the parking rates. And then we consult with the part B of the motion is consult with the president of the TPA and Presso to explore payment options for maintaining lower rates for TTC customers than parking fees paid by those not transferring onto the transit system, and to report back by Q3 2026. I think the mayor and I both realize there's an unfairness to asking TTC commuters to subsidize parking rates for drivers, especially those that are not using the transit system. And I also am very sympathetic and supportive of where Commissioner Kim was going, in that This is really not a board, this doesn't need to come to a board decision. This is really a management decision that could be made in terms of a larger strategic outlook in terms of the parking policy. And I think we're also, you know, based on some of the questions that I was asking, I think maybe the time has come to see, is this something that TTC should be focused on, or if this is a function that Toronto Parking Authority can take over, just take some of the work off of staff so that we can focus on our core business of moving people efficiently rather than worrying about different parking rates. We have a board at Toronto Parking Authority that does that work, and I'm sure they'd be very good at taking over these spaces from us. Does anybody have any questions on the motion seeking clarification? Commissioner Osborne?
I do on your point A, because I thought that Josh Cole just said that they had already done a study to see what parking rates were in the area. I just feel like we can stop losing money, which is another way of making money, and we already have, as far as, unless I've misheard, we already have the information about what the pricing is at these various lots that would be considered in the area, which I'm assuming is basically the information that we need to fulfill what you want in item A.
Sorry, no, what I was looking at in item A was actually to look at what should the parking rates be. Like right now, we're still giving a subsidized rate for everyone. So whether you're using the TTC or not, you're still getting the same subsidized rate. What the motion is, and sorry, maybe it wasn't very clear, what is the rate that it should be based on what the area parking lots are, and have that rate, and then maybe have a lower rate for people who are actually using the TTC.
So but I thought that we could already come up with the amount that's in A, is in A of your motion, because we know what the competitive rates are. So then staff comes up with whatever a good rate is, and then I'm not sure.
But that wasn't part of the recommendation. The recommendation was to go for a flat rate of $8 a day.
Right. Anyway, okay. This feels unfortunately like we're going to stall this it's at our cost for, again, it's just the cost and the benefit for, you know, log rolling something where, anyway, that's just my opinion.
Commissioner Bravo, clarification?
Is your intention to ensure that we do the work of setting the parking fees at a right size them for transit users and look at the entire envelope, because there would be differential rates for non-transit users, but that has not been, that study hasn't been done, and the original direction and the recommendations would not have contemplated that work. Is that correct?
That's correct, and the motion could have been clearer in specifying that out, but that's the intention of the motion. Thank you.
I see that. And then there are, by working with the Toronto Parking Authority, which is an asset of the City of Toronto, and Presto, to look at, I mean, involving the Toronto Parking Authority, do you foresee that it allows an opportunity to consider the question of this use of public land?
The best use?
No, like just that we had, in one of the answers from the TTC staff, it's a question about governance of the public, of this kind of public asset, and in other situations, the Toronto Parking Authority would take care of such elements. So there is, I think one of the findings here is that we're spending money to operate something that doesn't bring in a lot of money, but the question I have is, why are we spending money on this at all? And I think that maybe there's an opportunity to have a more a full review of this piece, which is still going to be, it's public land regardless of who has carriage of it at the time.
So I'm very open to amending the motion and just.
No, I'm just saying it opens up for my mind. Do you agree that it opens my mind the question of governance of this piece, this asset? Like, are we in
to have that broader review of does it make sense for TTC?
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry that my clarifying
No, but if you want
questions were very
to amend
clear.
the motion so that it states
I think
that.
I can. Let me think about it.
Okay. Do you want me to hold the item? Oh, Fenton. Okay, sorry, I can't see you.
That's okay. That's why I put the hat on, but it's clearly not working. Just a question, Chair Myers. I like where the motion is going because I think it's important for us, or at least management, to have a decision on what the actual rate is. You can use supply side studies, you can use demand side studies. This is fairly typical in any enterprise that's thinking about their pricing strategy, whether they're quasi-public or fully privatized. But could we not just do this in tandem with having that rate increase? I worry that we're not looking at this problem from a logical perspective. We lose money on this endeavor. When we lose money on this endeavor, ideally, we find ways to either cut costs or find ways to increase price. And it sounds like, and SAP should correct me, but it sounds like the additional dollars that we're looking for, the $8 that we're hoping to gain in total, is still under market rate, thereby still subsidizing our transit riders who are parking to take transit. Could we not just say, look, let's increase the rate right now and see what the market reaction looks like, and if it's poor and we're losing revenue top line, then we can course correct at another board meeting or at a separate time, and then in tandem do a study to understand what the correct pricing strategy looks like. Could we not do something like that instead?
We could, but I think the mayor has also been very clear in that she's made a commitment to keep fares frozen to attract riders, and as we're trying to attract riders, I don't think, even if it's small, there are people who do use these parking lots on a daily basis, so back and forth, that would still be, I think, $8, if I read the report correctly, an additional $8 a day. So I think it's important that we get the policy right first before we increase the fares, and in the meantime, we can have that larger conversation about, is this something that the TTC should actually be doing? Is this something that should be coming to the board? I think those are all fair and valid questions. And is there even a way, is it even feasible or technologically feasible to differentiate between someone using TTC parking lots to actually use TTC or just to park? I think those are all important questions that we'd like answered as it comes back. And I will say that the other recommendations that are cutting the size of the lots will actually help achieve some of those savings that we're talking about and help reduce the money that we're spending on subsidizing the parking lots.
Sure, but it is a small lever to pull and not the most active one that we can be pulling, especially when this is only impacting 2% of our riders, right? Anyway, I'll rest my case. I may speak to this, folks, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, I love this. You can ask a second question. Can't do that in other committees. Yeah.
Nice guy.
Just I just wanted to ask about the the conversations of the commitment to increase ridership that we've made. The adoption of a ridership growth strategy is what would require a period of time where we solve the problem of the last kilometer. I'm not going to use mile because we're in the we're not in the U.S. We have work to do to get there, correct? And for some parts of the city that are furthest from transit, these lots, if we do our job well, will be useful for ensuring that we're connecting people, in North Etobicoke, North Scarborough, and the parts of the city where we want to make sure people are using transit. Is that what you were referencing?
Exactly. I mean, I even moved the motion at the last executive committee to study parking at Shepherd and McCowan because that will be a terminus station, and that's serving all of North Scarborough, Markham, and parts of Durham. So it's like a 60-kilometer area. So we definitely want to make sure that we just provide different opportunities for people to access transit, however they might want to access
And yourself, having traveled from furthest North Scarborough, would have that experience.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Any speakers? No? Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Yes. Opposed? Item adopted. A motion carried. All those in favor of the item as amended? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next, we will have the decommission Line 3 Scarborough RT land requirements, and we will begin with questions. Does anyone have any questions on the item? No? Any speakers on the item? No? Okay, just have a quickly move a motion that I've pre-circulated. Christiana, if you could please display. So the motion is simply directing the city manager and the TTC board to, the motion is directing, TTC staff to work with the city manager and Transit Expansion Division to expedite the land acquisitions and permits to accelerate construction of the Scarborough RT busway and report back on their efforts in July on the acceleration plans. Any questions? Nope. Okay. I will take the item together. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good. So the next item is amendment to TTC Policy 2.1.0, Art in Public Transit Facilities. And we have a speaker on this item, Adam Cohoon. Are you there, Adam? He's not, hasn't joined yet? Okay. Does anybody have any questions on this? Commissioner Osborne?
Oh, actually, I just want to speak on it, sorry.
Okay, sure. Anybody have questions on it? No? Okay, Commissioner Osborne, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm back. So some of this motion, or all of it, is my fault because I thought this was not something the board should be mucking around in, art. And I fear that we have gone from bad to worse by now saying that the local councillor should be involved.
Here, here.
I mean no offense by this, but the people who are handling the art, I did look into it before because I'm actually quite involved with the contemporary art community in Toronto, and I was absolutely impressed by the resources that are brought to bear on these kinds of decisions and the number of considerations that are taken into account when these projects are put out and when they are juried. And I fear that any politicization of this, because this is real art, I think we possibly are hitting a slippery slope for precious little benefit. So I would very much love to see the part that has the local councillor and the interests of the neighborhood deleted from this, if that is at all possible. And I just, you know, it's what they always say is it's like, I'm from head office and I'm here to help. I feel like this is one of those things. So I'm just wondering if others feel this way and if we might amend this. I'll be happy to do whatever is required to get that deleted, but I think it would be for the benefit of the art community in the city.
Do you want to move a motion on that?
Sure.
Okay. Staff can help with that.
Who helps me? You help? Dhruv is going to help me. Just give us a sec.
Commissioner Mihevik?
Yes. I have a motion that I'd ask, sorry, Chrisanne, not to bother you too much. And I'll be brief on it because I think we're getting kind of tired. The motion is just to request staff to work with the Toronto Arts Council on the 6 pilot stations being revitalized, and secondly on developing a partnership to build a larger art in public transit facilities vision and program. Keyword being vision and also program. I totally agree with Commissioner Osborne that we should not be asking elected officials what is good art and what is not good art. The whole reason behind the Toronto Arts Council formulation was to get elected people away from having to make those decisions. So Toronto Arts Council is arm's length and peer reviewed. Very, very important arts principles. However, the report before us, it does raise the issue of art on public transit. And somewhat semi-jokingly, I'll say this, that engineers and the arts, probably not the first marriage one would think of in the world. And yet we have these large and beautiful, possibly beautiful canvases in our subway stations, on our buses, on our shelters, at our facilities, all over the place. And really the question is are we using them as a canvas to do big, bold, and beautiful things? Maybe some of you have seen coffee books on the best subways in the world, you know, that show what they're doing. And you look at what Moscow's doing in or has done in subway stations. Not talking about the politics, but holy smokes, these are beautiful, beautiful places that you want to almost hang out in. So I would submit that the policy, frankly, isn't bold enough. And maybe the right partnerships aren't in place to make it big, bold, and beautiful. We need to see the TTC as a place where we have really married good public transit, good engineering, good architecture, and great art. And some of it is in the built form. Some of it is in the things that we do at stations, like the busker program that I think is still going on. It's still going on. Poetry on the Way, that great programs, so that you feel like a citizen, that you feel like, wow, this is great to travel on public transit. And so, you know, I'm not poo-hooing this particular thing. I'm just trying to say that I think as we go forward, and maybe it's through the building of a deep partnership, not an accidental or one-off partnership with the Toronto Arts Foundation, but a deeper partnership. That's the intent behind the motion, that the next iteration, like, develop some relationships, find out who each is. Maybe they can bring some money, some vision, some crazy ideas to the project, and really make our public transit system sing a little brighter.
Thank you.
Sing a little louder.
Sing a little louder, okay. Any clarifications? No. Thank you very much. Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Osborne, and I was involved in the group that supported TTC through the construction of the right-of-way with the public art project that's on this stops on St. Clair West, and there was two excellent curators involved, and I think that we have to recognize the professionals in this realm, are experts, and that there's something about art that's essential, is that it cannot be judged according to political interests. And I think that freedom of expression is pretty foundational. That it might not be appropriate for one elected official, but there's a process for that. On the Commissioner Mahevik's motion, I sit on the Toronto Arts Council board. The Toronto Arts Council is in the process of developing a new strategic plan. We're in a new era in the City of Toronto where the mayor's made good on her commitment to fund the arts with a historic increase over the next 5 years. There will be capacity there, I hope, to engage with big institutions that are city building. And I think that the only caveat I would make is that the Toronto Arts Foundation raises money for the Toronto Arts Council, and the Toronto Arts Council would be the programmatic and visionary entity. But I think in principle, that's what we need, is to leave arts to artists and arts organizations.
Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Yep, ready? Okay, Commissioner Osborne.
So in the second attachment, it's really section 4.3.4 that deals with the council and and their role in this process. And so forgive any references to striking councillors because that actually looks not very good. But that is what the intent is, just to pull that line out of the document that's going forward. And what was the second one, Chris Ann? From section.
It's displayed on the screen.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. If everyone could read it. It's both references just mean that the councillor in the local area is no longer implicated in the decision.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions, clarification? No? Okay.
Sorry, I'm advised by my colleague that the motion that I put forward, it should say Toronto Arts Foundation and the Toronto Arts Council. They're two bodies, so if you could add those words, that would be. Two different boards, and
okay, we can make that.
one funds and the other one does more programming and fundraising and visioning.
May I make a point of privilege while this is worked out?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm going to stand up because I wanted to give a big shout out to the winning team at the truck pull today at Second Harvest was ATU 113 workers of TTC. There were some big muscles there on display, not least of which in one of the polls was Commissioner Malik and myself on one of the winning runs, but you won the whole thing, and thank you, it made us proud.
Just a motion. Okay, so we're just going to hold this item down until Councillor Sachs gets back. So the next item is item 9, optimizing scheduling and efficiency, enhancing service planning using technology by Chair Jamal Meyer, seconded by Commissioner Diane Sachs. We have a speaker on this item, Andrew Pulsifer from TTC Riders. Yep.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead.
Thank you. You give me the opportunity to speak about bunching and gapping. I'm going to take it. My name is Andrew Pulsifer, and I'm the Executive Director of TTC Riders, a membership-based transit advocacy organization made of people who rely on transit every day to get to work, school, medical appointments, and more. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for taking steps to address the issue of bunching and gapping on our bus and streetcar routes. This is one of our top concerns that we hear about from riders across the city. When a bus doesn't show up or 3 come at once, it's not just frustrating, it disrupts people's lives and undermines the confidence in the system. Fixing service irregularities is key to increasing ridership and making the TTC a truly reliable choice the better way. With that in mind, we want to offer a yes and to the recommendations in this report. Earlier this year, we published a rider-informed report titled Lucky or Late, a report on TTC metrics versus rider experience. It includes a set of practical recommendations that we believe would complement the technological tools you're considering, especially as the TTC explores AI and other innovations. These recommendations focus on putting rider experience front and center. And while the focus on the report itself is on bunching on a single line, we feel that these recommendations would also apply to bunching and gapping from multiple vehicles using the same transit corridor. So I just want to quickly highlight 6 specific actions we're asking the Commission to support. First, change how service and on-time performance are measured. Change how service and on-time performance are measured. Riders don't think in terms of schedules. They think in terms of whether their bus shows up when it's supposed to. Let's build a meaningful public dashboard that reports on these metrics in a way that's transparent. Second, report regularly on headway performance, especially during and after the ongoing existing bunching pilot. Riders deserve to know whether these pilots are working and how success is being measured. Third, invest in operations supervisors. This is one of the most direct ways to improve real-time service management. AI tools can help, but they can't replace the value of skilled staff on the ground who can adjust service when needed. Fourth, ensure that service management is backed by adequate resources. Without proper staffing, vehicles, and funding, it's difficult to make meaningful improvements, no matter how smart the software is. Fifth, communicate with riders. Let people know why their bus is delayed or why service is being adjusted. Clear, honest communication builds trust, which in turn builds ridership. And finally, improve the accuracy of real-time data. Many riders rely on apps to plan their trips, and inaccurate predictions erode confidence. The general transit feed specification should be updated more frequently to reflect real-world conditions. Together, these steps will help ensure AI tools are used in ways that enhance, not replace, the core human expertise and public accountability that good transit service depends on. Thank you again for your time and your commitment to improving the TTC. We look forward to continuing to work together to build a transit system that's reliable, accessible, and worthy of the city.
Thank you, Andrew. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Does anyone have any questions of this on staff? Commissioner Bravo?
Thank you. Would this replace or enhance the bunching and gapping pilot that was announced in the 2025 budget?
Through the chair, this would be above and beyond that work that's already being conducted. That pilot's already underway, and I would maybe defer someone to the mover of the motion, but our intent, or his intent in conversation with him, was to look at ways we could further optimize technology to even improve our scheduling and address bunching and gapping in general, above and beyond that.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I had the opportunity to ask questions of the mover, but I guess I'll, I just want to ask if we can be cautious about implementation of technology in a way that staff efforts are being supported, so to enhance the work of staff and not to in any way interfere or unintentionally undermine their role in the work of managing service.
For the chair, that would definitely be our hope and our intent. So again, I think the mover of the motion would agree with that. I can't speak for him, but that would certainly be the way we would look at this.
And I guess to everyone who's had the conversations, artificial intelligence can only know things by what is. And if we are, we have to teach it. So I'm wondering, when we talk about artificial intelligence in this situation, who will be those who teach the AI what good practices are? Perhaps that's something that you'll have to look at in the course of this examination. But I think we find in a lot of realms that this is one of the challenges, is that to improve how we do things, we have to know what it is that we don't know, or what we know that is the assumptions that we're making that may be unfounded.
Yeah, through the chair, point well taken, and we concur, and maybe I just state that the basis of our service planning is and will always be human beings, really smart, talented, hardworking, and bright ones. And so that will still be the foundation of what we do as an organization, but we're happy to always look at technology solutions that might help those people do their jobs.
Great, and I guess prompted by the executive director of TTC Riders, there's a lot of emphasis from the rider perspective on setting up the dashboard and the systems to capture what is happening, and at the same time focusing on the way that human beings see how service and lines can be managed to avoid bunching and gapping. And you see that these things can work, this kind of processes can work together?
Through the chair, we definitely do. One thing I think I mentioned at the last meeting was we're looking for and establishing new ways in which we can get customer feedback on our performance, because ultimately that is the most critical metric. We can have an academic debate about endpoint versus midpoint, but if our customers aren't feeling it, then we're not delivering. And so we're looking for and have introduced new ways where we can get direct feedback from them, and creating a customer dashboard that as best as possible reflects that feedback.
You anticipated my next question. So you're going to make sure that what we're valuing as knowledge are both the people that are doing the work and the people that are riding the transit. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this? No, I have just a few questions. So just to clarify the intent of the motion. So I'm thinking this specific example that I saw for many, many years of, let's say there's a customer at Nielsen and Ellesmere, and they want to get to Nielsen and Cowan, which is about 4 to 7 kilometers. I forget the exact distance, but they could take the 38 Highland Creek, the 133 Nielsen, and the 95 York Mills to get there. If those buses were traveling together, would they could be considered bunch for purposes of the TTC?
Through the chair, and I'm going to ask Lawrence Louis to help me on this too, we would not consider that because we look at it as on a route basis. So, and obviously we've had this conversation, so I know your intent is, but how do we better optimize if we have assets and people and service on a corridor, regardless of what route it technically is, how can we best optimize that in the corridor? And so I think that's something we're happy to look at, and as we get better software for our service planning, we'll be better able to do that.
And I'll just add to that through you, Chair. We have been doing this on many corridors in terms of improving the scheduling to improve that blending. So we have examples, for example, on the Wilson corridor, basically at all periods of the day except the morning and afternoon peak, we've basically staggered the schedules of the 2 routes to make sure that they're being scheduled to run with better spacing.
Okay. And just for clarification, if there is an express bus and the regular bus, so the 929 and the 29 on Dufferin, I believe, if they were traveling together, would they be considered bunched, or are those considered 2 separate routes?
Through you, Chair, those would be considered 2 separate routes. That is one of the routes that at the terminal, we will blend those and evenly space the departures. So for example, from Wilson Station, but because of the characteristics of an express route, it's bound to catch up to a local bus further down the line.
Correct. So I guess the intent of this motion is really when we come into the 2026 annual service plan to look at opportunities to better space the buses when there's that overlap between multiple bus routes, as customers might be able to choose from multiple bus routes and they don't really care which ones they use.
Through the chair, yes, we will continue to do that as we do. Just noting that right now it's a very manual process for my team to go through and adjust those schedules. And that is one of the goals of a program we're doing in terms of looking at new software.
Thank you. And I guess we've heard a lot about artificial intelligence today. Is there any upcoming report or policy on how TTC uses AI in the broader sense? You know, we have an anti-racism policy, we have an accessibility policy, we have a diversity policy. Is there an AI policy coming at some point? Because we've heard concerns over surveillance, we've heard the concerns over, making, we've heard of the possibility of potentially, optimizing routes. We're now entering this partnership with TMU. I'm sure there's going to be questions internally in terms of how certain jobs are done. So is there a broader sort of review of how TTC embraces and leverages AI that is going to be coming to the board at some point?
Chair, I can answer that briefly. We do have an acceptable use of technology policy that has recently been updated. There are some references to AI, but I'm quite sure as the use of AI evolves, there'll be updates following that as well.
So is there going to be a broader sort of policy looking at how we manage it, how we govern it?
I can't say that there'll be a specific AI policy, but I can assure you that the acceptable use of technology will include AI as it has done to date.
And I'm sorry, through the chair, if I could just add, and obviously we take some of our cues and guidance from the city because we want to make sure we're aligned with anything that the city is developing.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions on this? Any speaker? Commissioner Kim?
Okay, just on the topic of AI, perhaps if, in this big if, the internal audit team has capacity, they could perhaps do an advisory engagement just on what checks and balances and controls need to be put in place for AI. Not on an assurance basis, but on an advisory basis.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim. Any other speakers? No? Okay. I will move the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We will go back to item 4.7, the arts policy. Commissioner Sachs, is your motion ready?
Yes, thank you. The motion that I have is about community art in the stations. The current draft as proposed to the board is somewhat incoherent to me and is inconsistent with actual practice. So, for example, last year we had a number of art pieces up in the Spadina station, which were great, which were put high on the wall in the station, but that wouldn't comply with this policy. This policy says that art can only go in display cases, which there aren't any. So, since it's not what we're doing anyway, and it discourages art, and a number of the art opportunities that we have wouldn't fit in these non-existent display cases, I think we should be trying to be recognizing the actual situation. I think we should be encouraging community art. We generally have just bare walls, and it could be so much better. So one of the examples that I'm considering is we had some very high quality indigenous art prepared for the hoardings of a construction project at Bloor and Young. If you haven't seen them, I encourage you to go look at them. A lot of money went into them. They're very impressive and beautiful, and once the hoarding comes down, there's nowhere for them to go except the trash, which is disrespectful to the artist and a tremendous waste. These are not designed to be permanent murals, but they could absolutely be used for 5 years in the adjacent subway stations, or perhaps better at Spadina and Bloor, where we have a real emphasis on improving the visibility of the Indigenous community. So the first thing is to make clear that they shouldn't be restricted to these very few display cases. Second thing is to add that we should be encouraging community art. There's lots of opportunities where we have, for example, there's an art and music venue very close to the Bathurst subway station. There's Blackhurst, which is very close to the Bathurst subway station, either of which any opportunity to put art in what's really a very big station. We have, anyway, there are many examples where we could do this better. The second thing that I know that Commissioner Osborne and I will have a disagreement about is to what extent the local councillor should have a role in art that in the subway station in the ward. Now, I clearly admit that as the councillor who has by far the most subway stations, this affects a lot. But we are expected to be the experts in our community, and we get blamed for what gets happened either way. So I don't think this is just a staff decision. Art is something that creates very strong emotional reactions. I've seen a number of instances recently where art that some group of people thinks is acceptable is violently unacceptable to other people in my community. And so I do think that the local councillor has a role and should at least be consulted. So far, that's all that's happened in the consultations. We get shown the art. We don't get any say what we should have to say. And so I'm proposing that we should be consulted in both temporary and permanent art. So for the permanent art, it's already in the proposed policy. I'm not making a motion on that. I understand that we'll be making a motion to take it out, propose, and I have proposed in my motion, for the same reason that local councillors should be consulted on temporary art. my major focus is that we should have a lot more temporary art than we have now. It shouldn't be expensive, but I'm not looking for a budget for it, but I would like to be able to allow community groups to put art in their local subways. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, 3 minutes.
Just want to clarify for my neighbor here. I was talking about the commissioned art. Yeah, so the community art is a very different kettle of fish in my book, so I don't think we have as much daylight between us as we might have thought.
Okay. I see Adam Cohoon waiting in the lobby. Yep. Adam, do you want to go ahead? Adam, can you hear me? No. Okay. Hmm? Okay. So we are having trouble connecting with Adam. So since I see no daylight between the two motions, can we just take them all together then? Yep. They're separate. So one is dealing with commissioned art, one is dealing with community art. So you want to vote on them separately?
I would like to vote on them separately, please.
Okay,
I do
that's
think
fine.
the local councillor has a role.
So all those in favor of the motion put forward by Commissioner Osborne? All those opposed? Motion adopted. All those in favor of the motion put forward by Commissioner Sachs? All those opposed? Motion adopted. Item is amended. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Mihevik, sorry. The motion put forward by Vice Chair Mihevik. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion adopted. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Item adopted. Great. And we have one final item, which is the CEO's report. Bruce, do you want to give us the report, and then we will go into closed session to discuss some items.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief. The agenda and CEO's report that was published with the agenda and the attached information as well. This is simply an update to those things that are occurring in May that we believe the board should know about. The TTC is celebrating Asian Heritage Month in May. Throughout the month, we're highlighting the contributions, backgrounds, and traditions that make our workplace great. I want to thank our employees of Asian Heritage who are sharing their stories and experiences through a cultural campaign and special events held across all of our locations. Commissioners' safety is paramount at the TTC. On May 1st, which is also recognized as International Workers' Day, we convened members of our 54 Joint Health and Safety Committees in an all-day educational session. We came together with industry experts to engage in a shared learning experience, sharpening our investigative skills related to maintaining safe workspaces. A shout out to our union executives for their support, and in particular to ATU 113 and International for their commitment and participation in the event. Working together, we can maintain the awareness necessary to keep safety at the forefront of everything we do. On that theme, I'd like to acknowledge yesterday's executive committee and their consideration of the 2025 update of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for the City of Toronto. Motion moved by Mayor Chow directed the Deputy City Manager, Community Development and Social Services to work with the TTC to develop an agreement to expand and strengthen access to the Toronto Community Crisis Service on subways, subway platforms, buses, streetcars, and TTC property. There's a further expectation of potential scaling of those services again throughout the TTC. That will go a long way to help us in our challenges to attract ridership to all modes here at the TTC. We're also in May inviting customers to participate in surveys that are available through the TTC's website. 2 customer satisfaction surveys, one for subway service and the other for bus and streetcars, cover various aspects of our business such as reliability, availability, accessibility, and security. We're one of many systems from around the globe participating. These are run by agencies that work out of the Imperial College in London, and so we'll be benchmarking our performance on customer experience with many European agencies as well. The surveys remain open until May 19th, and the results, I'm sure, will be reported here later in the year. Commissioners, we now have more than 100 battery electric buses serving communities all over the city. Many more are on the way as we continue working towards our bus fleet becoming 50% zero emission by 2030 and 100% zero emission by 2040. By the end of 2026, the TTC battery electric bus fleet will total approximately 400 buses. That's the largest electric fleet out of any North American agency, and that represents about 20% of our bus fleet. On the issue of buses and purchases, we are working with our colleagues at the City of Toronto to deal with and flag tariffs. We've set up our accounting so that we can log through our GL any tariff implications and identify them. As we all know, the tariffs come to being through executive orders in the U.S., and they don't come with a lot of detail, so we're learning a little bit more as we deal with purchases. Our materials staff did a great job of stockpiling critical parts earlier this year to ensure that any border crossing delays don't frustrate our ability to keep our fleet in service. So we started the meeting with a tribute to the Honor Guard and their 30 years of service here at the TTC. The Honor Guard will be in attendance at the TTC's Open Door event, or Doors Open event, at Danforth Garage on Saturday, May 24th. Everyone's invited to a behind-the-scenes look at a historic facility at Bloor and Coxwell, steps from the Coxwell station. Danforth first operated streetcars in 1915. After the Bloor-Danforth subway opened in 1966, the car house was fully converted to a bus garage, and today the remainder of that site serves as offices for subway operations. Visitors can take self-guided tours and photograph the equipment and artifacts on display. TTC volunteers will be on hand to answer any questions, and a barbecue lunch will be served in support of the United Way Greater Toronto, and welcoming all to that event. Finally, I want to remind everyone that Sunday, June 1st is the final day TTC customers can pay to ride using tickets, tokens, and day passes. Legacy fares will no longer be accepted as fare payment after that date. TTC customers can continue paying a fare with a physical or digital Presto card or Presto ticket, a debit or credit card, including those in their mobile wallet on their smart devices, or with cash at station fare boxes and on buses and streetcars. Wheel-Trans customers have until the end of this year to use their tickets, tokens, and day passes, but only for Wheel-Trans trips. With that, Mr. Chair, I do want to turn things back over to Chris-Anne. We have a brief video describing the issue of reduced speed zones on subways, and I'll draw your attention to that.
Hi, I'm Fort Monaco, Chief Operations and Infrastructure Officer for the TTC. I'm here to speak to you about something I know we all find frustrating: slow zones on the subway. The safety of our customers and our employees is paramount to all that we do. The safe operation of our subway system relies on many things: well-trained staff, properly maintained equipment, and reliable vehicles. It also requires regular inspection and maintenance of our 141 kilometers of track and related infrastructure. Every 72 hours, the TTC track crews conduct visual inspections of mainline rail, looking for any defects that require our attention. Since 2015, we've also been using industry-leading technology from an international company called Mermec to conduct even more detailed track inspections or surveys. These surveys are generally conducted in the spring and measure a few things, including rail shape to determine areas of wear, the distance between rails, also known as track age, and the relative height of the rails that can impact ride comfort. Mermac's system uses laser-assisted measuring devices mounted to the underside of a subway vehicle. This vehicle runs the entire length of all 3 subway lines twice in each direction, gathering readings and feeding them into computers. The devices literally measure in millimeters and can find even the smallest anomaly in track conditions that are invisible to the human eye. The survey takes about a week to complete. From there, the results are analyzed and provided to the TTC track engineering teams so we can determine what areas require attention and what we need to do to correct them. Now, I want to be clear. Any deficiencies are visual inspections, and the more detailed surveys find are usually minor in nature. But identifying even the smallest imperfection today is important to keep the subway system running safely for the longer term. We know from experience that every inspection is likely to find something that requires our attention. That's not surprising for a rail network running frequent service for 20 hours a day. So what does all this mean for our subway service in the weeks and months after the survey is complete? The good news is that the issues the detailed survey uncovers are not serious enough to stop service, but they do require our attention to prevent them from becoming more serious. This is where reduced speed zones come into play. These zones are slow orders on small sections of the subway that allow us to keep service moving until we have had a chance to make repairs. Repairs can sometimes be addressed quickly, literally 1 or 2 days. Some, however, can take a few weeks to correct. Last spring's MERMIC survey resulted in dozens of these temporary speed restrictions. All of those have been corrected. Quite often, the reduced speed zones are only a few hundred feet long, and the speed reductions are in the range of 10 to 25 kilometers per hour. But the impact on your trip when we have several of them in one subway line can be noticeable. I know slow subways are frustrating, and I apologize for the inconvenience. No one wants to spend more time in transit than they absolutely have to, and we certainly don't want that for you. Unfortunately, they are necessary. And I promise we are doing everything we can to minimize their impact and address the repairs as quickly as possible. Already, we're looking at new and creative ways to shorten both the length of the slow zones and the time it takes to correct them. As it is, our crews can perform the required work during a very small overnight maintenance window of about 90 minutes of actual work time. I can assure you, we will always take full advantage of whatever time we have. But we also continue to look at other ways to speed up and take a more strategic approach to the repairs. As I said earlier, safety is paramount to all that we do, and we will never compromise on that. But we also owe it to you, our customers, to deliver service that safely gets you to and from your destinations as quickly as possible, and that's our goal. If you want more information on reduced speed zones, visit ttc.ca. Our website will be updated daily to keep you informed. Thank you.
Chair, this video we feel will be instructive to those people who are inquiring, and there are some of them at several times, media and otherwise, with respect to reduced speed zones. And so this will be added to our website in the next couple of days.
Great, great video. Commissioner Osborne? Commissioner Bravo?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions about tariffs. And I'm wondering what our legal obligation is. So if we are already under contract for something that is subject to an excessive, let's say there's steel or aluminum in it, tariff, rail, for example. If we're under contract for something already, it's been approved and budgeted, are we obliged to fulfill it in the event that there is an unbudgeted, unanticipated tariff of some number on it after we sign the agreement?
I'll start, and I think Mr. Atlas might like to jump in as well.
Yeah,
but
I thought so, yeah.
I'm not sure that these tariffs qualify as force majeure, but they certainly they're not something that would have been known to any of the parties when we were contracting. So it depends on our contract language. I would expect our contract language, in fairness, provides for the circumstances that are as unpredictable as tariffs have become. I think we're most concerned about the tariffs that are coming from U.S. suppliers. A lot of our equipment is U.S. based, and as a consequence, our OEM parts are from the U.S. as well, so they would potentially be the subject of reciprocal tariffs coming back into Canada.
So
if I can add, can I say it depends? So it depends on the circumstance. So generally, typical TTC contract from a cost perspective says changes to laws or regulations after the contract is signed, the rest stays with the TTC, so increased cost or TTC. In terms of getting out of the contract, there's almost always a provision for termination, cause or convenience. This would be convenience, and then it gets into what's the cost to terminate for convenience. In a production order where you've already ordered parts and they're manufactured, getting out of those you're better off taking the parts because you've already incurred that. When you haven't incurred kind of those manufacturing costs, the convenience makes it easier. So you may be able to get out of parts of that contract, but still have some costs.
Okay, I was afraid you might say that. Yeah, no, but it's just we are likely on the hook is the message here. Okay, because we have a lot of stuff that comes over the border. It's already very large numbers, and we don't have the ability to absorb 25% price increases on big numbers. Okay, next question is, there was a reference to a report, which I'm assuming is going to deal with these and other issues, the magnitude of our exposure and all this kind of stuff. When do you expect that we might see that report?
That's a tougher question to answer because, as you've probably seen in the media, some of these tariffs are announced on the signing of executive orders, and then the Canada, U.S., Mexico Free Trade Agreement exempts many of those things. So the application right now is to steel and aluminum, as you pointed out. There are construction impacts. We did a very preliminary estimate about 2 or 3 months ago when tariffs were first on everybody's mind. And the number, I don't want to horrify anybody, but it was north of $50 million a year as an overall impact. But that would be extending across operating and capital budgets to the extent that they applied as we might assume they would. It's not entirely clear how we'll be affected because the markets are reacting to the imposition of tariffs too. So the steel, for example, that was coming as part of construction is now not necessarily 25% more. There's some eating of that tariff or 10% more depending on what the tariff is. So sorry to be obtuse. We are currently exposed, as we know it, to about 200,000 of tariff claims. So it hasn't become unwieldy at this point.
Yeah, it's not yet, but if I may make a request, because the 50 million number is rather horrifying, that we have visibility on this. If we could get this included in the run-up to the report, just some status update monthly so that we are keeping eyes on this, because this definitely, I think, warrants our fullest attention because we may have to start making decisions. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you for recognizing that executive move to expand Toronto Community Crisis Service and 211. As you recall, we voted last month on a motion to have the CEO work with the Deputy City Manager and Community Development and Social Services, and it's an enormous priority, so I'm happy to see how it's received. On the slow zones, it's still a pain point for transit riders, and I think that one of the questions I have is if the video, which is great, is on the app, does that mean that there aren't announcements anymore saying you're in a slow zone, right? So I think one of the challenges of not announcing you're in a slow zone is that when you're in the slow zone and things are going slow, you're not sure why it's happening. So I'm just wondering what the thinking is around explaining, but without making the announcements. And so many of the requests that we receive from riders is to inform in real time what people are experiencing. I assume it's a balance, but I'd like to see.
Our experience with the slow zones originally last year was that our patrons were more frustrated with the repeated announcements than they were with that, which affected their trip, not in large 5 minutes for a fairly lengthy trip. So we backed off too much to the ride, and we're now using alternatives through the media and otherwise, through our website, through our app. There'll be a minor And we're also forming, visit our website, mainly in the state of closed. We're working through them. As Fort noted, fortunately, we only have 4 hours a day to do all of that work, setting up, sure we're safe to do that work. That's hours for productive. Nevertheless, they'll continue to pop up. I think it's probably fair to say, and I'll refer to Fort, but a couple of years ago, it was the first time we did this geometric survey, and had a lot of slow orders. It's rather hopeful that we'll get into a cycle where they'll be predictable. There'll be 5 to 10 every time we cycle through this twice a year, and we'll work through a little less painful.
Through the chair, that's correct. We want to get to a steady state. As the video highlighted, it is important we've got time to address them, to be proactive, so we're not as reactive as we currently are. But the more time we get, the more on top.
Is this the more strategic approach to response that was referenced? And finally, there is, there continues to be a demand, at least among members of our riding community, that we commit to a goal of 0 closed zones. Is it still the position that these will continue because of the hours of operation requiring that 4 hours overnight is not sufficient to deal with this reduced amount of closed zones in a way that they never occur? They're never impacting ridership today.
So through the chair, let me attempt to unpack that a little bit. I think it's a utopian stage to ever say that you're going to have 0 slow zones, because it's not just geometric check that we do, but when you put the number of trains that we do with the frequency of service, that you're ultimately always going to find defects for the purposes of maintaining industry best practices. As much as we'd like to say we're going to get to 0, we probably will never get to 0, but the intention, of course, is always to get to as low a number as possible. As of now, we've set for 12 across the entire line. If we can get that lower, we will certainly try to do that. But I will say that the amount of slow zones, I firmly believe that the more time we have to address the defects in a preventative manner is directly proportional to how low the numbers will be.
Because the paramount thing here is safety. But historically, even when we had, that operational funding from the provincial government, were there slow zones back then?
There were. There always have been slow zones. And I think the reality is there always will be, but of course, as slow a number as possible.
So the issue here was the tipping point of having so many because of the capital.
Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Vice Chair Mahavi.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm looking at page 1, section 1, page 5, conventional service ridership. We used to get actually weekly stats on how ridership was doing, and I noticed that it says total revenue rides totaled 40 million, 5.6% below budget. Consistent with last year, but below our budget. 5.6 isn't a small number, and I'm wondering if what the reasons for that, and if there's anything that we can do to correct that to be on budget, just parallel to last.
Through the chair, Commissioner, we have seen some softening in that ridership, and so that's what that number you're reflecting is. And it's, I think, a few things. We had some bad weather days. We've seen a drop in ridership from students, with a lot of the international students no longer using TTC. We've also seen some softening economics indicators, which is always we're inextricably linked to. So not a surprise, but something that certainly we're very focused on. And so in terms of our approach, as you know, this board has directed us to develop a ridership growth strategy. And so that's coming forward, and will be going to our strategic planning committee and then to this board. And so that will address a lot of these issues. In terms of the frequency with which this is reported, we do share that weekly, and so and monitor it at quite regular intervals. So I'm happy to share those results with you if needed.
Well, may I recommend that it be in this page 5, section 1 report on because I mean, at the end of the day, I think a business would say the key indicator is, are you selling? And if we're not selling, and if there's good cause, there's good cause. And your answers seem pretty pretty consistent with what I think is going on out there. But it'd be good to put it in the report. Secondly, my questions are around the tariffs. Have you? Is it? I don't know if for my time any request has come forward to really look at how much of the contract, how much value in the contracts that we have issued or about to issue contain American content. In my mind's eye, I have a picture of a bus saying, okay, you know what, in reality, 30% comes to the US, 40% comes from Mexico, and Canada comes 30%, and these are the elements. It would seem to me that if there's going to be any analysis on going forward, we need to know, like, what's our current exposure? Methinks that the federal government, especially in reducing interprovincial barriers and so on, will want to know where it can invest money in industry to bring down that one number and diversify the sources of our parts or our subparts for various vehicles and various IT things that we purchase. Have we asked for a report on that? On like what's the state of the nation right now around where we buy our goods from, including our subparts?
So we haven't reported directly on that. I did mention that a lot of our equipment comes from the States, including things like bus engines, as part suppliers, U.S. sources. The information about vehicles, we're still trying to sort out. If we were to report back, I think it would be suitably vague, because as I mentioned, many of the tariffs are come out with an executive order that's well publicized. It's on every social media feed. And then we discover that there are exemptions under the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement that still hold for automotive manufacturing, I believe, for our vehicles as well. So as we get clarity, we will certainly be reporting back the overall threat. The threat of an outright tariff and, of course, reciprocal tariffs as well is significant to us, as I mentioned, upwards of $50. We don't have anything that we could report that would, I think, be any more enlightened, only because we all know that don't.
But certainly we can put together, you know, one of the 100 buses that we just purchased. How much of them are made in Canada? How much of those parts are made in Canada?
Through the chair, so we do have, as you know, minimum requirements, 25%. We do community content audits on our vehicle procurements as well, so we understand the degree to which they exceed that minimum requirement when they do. So from that, we have some sense of what the exposure is, but looking at the current contract, cars that are coming in the door, buses coming in the door, wheel-trans vehicles as well, frankly, the exposure is quite low because most of that equipment has been procured already for the contract placed. The exposure is larger for future
subway
of whatever vehicle type.
Final question. Any other questions? Commissioner Kim?
So on the retaliatory tariffs, have you looked at any kind of exemptions from the federal government requiring if we qualify for any exemptions? Because I know that they do have a program that if you can't source a particular part from within Canada or any other country, and you can only source it from the US, you can get some kind of an exemption. And I think they announced that in mid-April.
So the simple answer is yes, and that would also account for some of the charges that we're aware of now at the claim. First thing we would investigate is to ensure that if they're not exempted currently, can they be exempted?
So you have looked into that, and
we are looking,
and because they are accepting applications.
And through the chair, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, of course, is advocating for those exemptions that are we're part of.
Okay, thank you.
you. Any other questions? No. Okay, I just had a few questions. So the first question is going back to the slow zones. Do we know when the UITP review will be made available to the board?
Through the chair, I'll try that. It's currently, we have a draft report that's out in circulation at this point. I think they're looking at finalizing it by the end of May, Chair. So I would imagine either by June or July, we'll be able to have something come to the board, but I'll go back and check that out with our enterprise asset management people.
Thank you. And the reason I'm asking you is when we were on when I did the tour of, what was it, Kiel? Yeah, Kiel. One of the things you had mentioned was that if we could do sort of longer shutdowns, we would have less of these sort of weekend closures, early endings, and we could just sort of get things fixed all at once and then not have to worry about it. I think the time you said was 99 years. Once we replace the tracks. So is that going to be part of this report in terms of recommendations for longer shutdowns, but so that we can decrease the frequency of the overall number of shutdowns?
Yes, Chair, I think they do pinpoint the available track time of both in the subway and the surface in the draft report. So most certainly it's going to be discussed or has been discussed in the report.
Thank you very much. I think that's it. I would just post the motion to go in camera, unless anybody has any questions. No. Okay. So that the TTC board recess and sit as a committee of the whole to consider the following confidential items: information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, TTC 4.1, Chief Executive Officer's Report, May 2025. So we will just clear the room and then we will have a discussion. So we're now back into public session. So are there any further questions that members would like to ask of staff? No? Any speakers? Seeing no further speakers and questions, can I please have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That concludes the business of this meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.